to this project, directly next door to it. And I'm also the realtor for the seller.
Okay, so if we could just have a legal opinion in their recusal, should they leave the room?
Yeah, I'm leaving the room anyways.
Okay,
I always leave the room.
That is a best practice, and it's certainly usually our recommendation.
okay, thank you.
And this,
All right, Bill's and I are gonna go drink some beer.
yeah.
Don't open my lower right-hand drawer.
That's the wine's in the lower right-hand drawer.
Okay, thank you. Valerie, if you could read the title, please, for us.
I'll be taking it.
Oh, and for the record, Marge Herzog is on the dais.
Thank you, Mayor. Before us today is a conceptual discussion for a recreational vehicle resort presented by Bove Company and JP and J Morton Planning, a recreational vehicle park on a parcel of land located at the southeast corner of the Collecting Canal and Sea Road, Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, consisting of 47 acres, more or less.
Okay, we're going to allow them to present, and we're going to do things just a little bit differently tonight, just because this is a 1-hour meeting and we have another meeting that starts at 6 o'clock. So we're going to allow them to make their presentation. Then we're going to have council questions, and then whatever time is left of the hour, we're going to allow public comment. Okay, so we're going to do it just a little bit differently, just to make sure that council gets a chance to ask their questions. Alrighty, if you can begin your presentation, please.
How long's the presentation?
I'm sorry, I don't know. How long is your presentation, sir?
I think it'll take about.
Okay.
Like to get through it and invite questions and comments. We're planning to hang around in the lobby afterwards, and if there's some additional questions, the public would like to ask us directly. What happens?
Thank you.
Actually, before we start, just your opinion, in the fall of last year, 2023, I met somebody from Bove firm at a house party. And, you know, as we introduced ourselves, I realized that, you know, this is not somebody that I should be talking to at this party. Should I recuse?
I think at this point, that's not necessary. You disclosed it on the record. I think we can proceed. And Madam Mayor, if I can, while we're on the topic, I just want to explain, today's hearing is advertised as a quasi-judicial conceptual discussion. But we're not going to follow the same procedures that we would as if we were at the actual hearing date. We're still very much earlier in that process. This particular project is pre-application. There will be no votes this evening. However, we did advertise it as such to ensure that to the extent anyone has an interest later on when it does come before council, that they were able to know about it and be able to be here to speak about it. And again, I'll reiterate that the whole reason why we're doing this project or we're doing this presentation in this fashion is because your code does have a prohibition against ex parte communications. So the only way that the potential applicant could speak to you would be in this forum. So thank you for letting me say all that.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for elaborating on that.
Good evening, and we appreciate everyone's time. It's been a real joy working on this project and with the late mayor, council members. It's a privilege to be with you this evening. We are very excited about this project.
We can't hear.
Yeah.
We can't hear anything.
Is it open? Is it?
No. Maybe it's active.
There we go. Thank you. Let me start again. We're delighted to be here this evening. Thank you, Councilman and Mayor, for your time. It's been a real privilege working on this project and getting familiar with your community. We had the opportunity this afternoon to visit some of the local businesses and our neighbors, and really enjoyed that today. I would like to comment that I think the culture of this community is very unique and special. We want to be a part of that. We think it's really a wonderful space. and think that, again, it's very special and unique, and we want to be part of this community. I'd like to speak first a little bit about the Bove Company. We're a small real estate development company. We're headquartered in Ponte Vedra, Florida, outside of Jacksonville. We're a small little group. There's 3 of us. It's really a family-run type of business. I've been in business for over 30 years. My nephew, who some of you have met, Joe Bove, is with me this evening. We have one other associate, Emily, who's up in Jacksonville and didn't make the trip with us today. But also tonight, I have our planner with us, Jennifer Morton, and her associate, Lauren. We have teamed together previously and have a wonderful working relationship. So tonight, we'd like to talk about our enthusiasm and excitement about bringing a high-end resort community, an RV resort community, to the community. We've named it the Paddock, and we're pretty excited about that. We really want to be an equestrian themed community that fits with the spirit of what's here. So I'd like to take tonight take the opportunity to kind of walk you through kind of what our vision is, what our thinking is. We are, again, a small company. We're flexible. We can make quick decisions, and we are a team approach kind of company, meaning we want to take input, listen, see if we can expand and make the community or development even better. So appreciate the opportunity to have this workshop forum again with you this evening. But our first slide, I think, begins to give a little picture and character of what we see. We want to respect the environment that's here, the equestrian theme, whether it's the green space, the landscaping, the fencing, the signage, the lighting. We want to keep in the spirit of what is here. We like it and want to theme our community after that. So I'd like to talk a little bit about our progress to date and the team that we have put together. If you go to the next slide. So we come from a family of engineers. To talk a little bit about the Bove Company first. My father was an engineer, myself, my brother, my nephew, my niece. We think from an engineering standpoint, but we also have a very creative mindset as well. Generation from an Italian immigrant family. My grandfather came to this country when he was 17. He believed in the American dream. And one of the things that was so important to him was the quality in which you live by. And he was dedicated to his work and to his art. And we feel the same way. Whatever we deliver, it goes under my name. I've been in this business long enough that I think about my reputation, about the quality and name that goes on our work. And that's very important and has been primary in my success in my business. And it speaks to the significance of what I'm about. We want to deliver a quality project, and we're committed to do so. The rest of our team, again, I mentioned that we're very team oriented. We try to bring the very best professionals to our development core. We have worked with Jennifer's team previously and have an excellent working relationship with her. We know our strengths. We build on our ideas, and we really try to fashion a product that we think is going to be very successful and brings merit. We have also engaged a consultant that specializes in RV parks. This company has been in business for over 20 years, has built over 8,000 RV spaces, run a well-organized and controlled community. We have worked with a group up in Jacksonville called Group 4 Architecture. We like their design. We like their creative approach in their interior design. And again, it will be themed after the equestrian lifestyle. We also have some other engineering sources on our team, traffic consultant, surveyor, and we've also engaged Zabik to help us with a demand study. Their findings are available. They confirmed our notion that a RV resort would be well received and is well needed in the Palm Beach area. We'll be doing the engineering in-house since that's our forte. And we've also had an environmental consultant look at the property, evaluate the trees and the wildlife species on site. We want to respect all of that in our development. So with that given team, we want to share a little bit about what we intend to do. And I want to take a moment just to pause and tell you that even though we hail from a multifamily development company, we have made a pivot to RV about a year ago. We're finishing up a couple multifamily projects right now. The market has changed, and we have decided to get into this RV space. This project, I repeat, will only be an RV park. We intend to try to ask for entitlements for the zoning, the land use change, and the site plan all simultaneously. It's not that we're going to come here and ask for zoning and then come back and do something differently. This will definitely be an RV park, and that's what we're here for tonight, to share that with you. We could go to the next slide. This is a little bit more on, again, our manager, advanced outdoor management. As I mentioned, they have a plethora of experience in over 23 states. They've built over $750 million worth of development in the RV space and have been an expert in this field, and we've learned a lot from them. Again, their strength will be in the property management and the running of the property. Next slide, just to give you a little color on us. This is a community that we're about 85% finished with up in Claremont. Some pictures of the clubhouse and the interior finishes and the swimming pool area. We will be building a clubhouse that's similar to this, and wanted to give you a feel for the attention to detail and the quality of what we do. We have another slide on the next page that again gives you some imagery of projects we have done. You can see the details on the interiors, the landscaping, the swimming pool, the fitness center. All of these elements will be inside of our community as well and representative of what we intend to do. I think most of you are familiar with the location of the site. We think it's in an ideal location, very close to Southern Boulevard. We will be making improvements to get to the site, which will be a decel lane on Southern Boulevard, paving C Road up to the property, extending water and sewer utilities. There will not be a traffic signal there. We're not intending to do that. It will just be a decel lane. The road, C Road, will, in our view, should not be extended across the canal, so we don't have that in our works or plans, not needed nor desired. We go to the next slide. This is our current thinking for our site plan. Our total site area is 47 acres. We have the property that we need. We're not intending to add to that in any measure. We have designed the park to include 285 spaces. I'll talk about that just a little bit. In our research and our work, most of the parks average on an annual basis about 65, at best 70% occupancy. So only in the peak hours or peak times, probably during the equestrian season, that will be running at full capacity. The majority of the months, 7 months of the year, are going to be substantially less. But to talk about some of the elements of our site plan, you'll notice that we have a yellow band around the outside. And what we're intending there is to connect on to your existing equestrian trails and make that part of our development as well. That would be open to the public and be used for public use. You see the extension of C Road, and at the end of C Road, we would like to, and again, based on input from your engineering staff, would like to put a couple parking spaces there for public use. If you want to bring your horse and your trailer, have a place to park that, and then be able to get on the trails. Sure. Is there a point? Do you have a? Yes.
Joe, you want to come over here and use the?
Fine, I got it.
Okay. It's small. Yeah, so Southern Boulevard on the bottom, Collecting Canal to the north. The road pavement would extend essentially about 3/4 of the way back, maybe halfway back, and then the rest would be natural. If you can see, and I apologize, there's a lot on this sheet, but like to maybe talk through just some of the highlights that we intend in the community. Up in the front, as you come to the entrance, we see building a small paddock in keeping with the theme. Not sure that will really function as a live paddock. We might use that just for our maintenance equipment, but the idea is to begin to theme and get the feel for what we want to kind of forecast throughout the community. There will be there'll be two different entrances into the park. The one furthest to the north will be as you arrive. If you're bringing your RV and have to stop at the store up front for registration, there would be room to do so. The driveway to the south will be used for residents that are already checked in. A lot of those residents these days, as they're checking in, is all done electronically. And there will be no need for them to really stop at the gate, but there are those that would like to kind of say hello and get their exact registration package in person as opposed to online. So we feel like we've provided queuing, if you will, to allow RVs to enter the property without being staged up on C Road. If you'll notice up in the front, we have the first band, the first neighborhood area, if you will, that will have its own clubhouse. There'll be about 80 sites up there in the front that will be more of a high-end, more for your larger motor coaches. Some of the amenities on that site will be in a little bit more upscale than I'm going to call it the other area, which is more the family area. The total, we'll also have, you'll see that it is a gated community. To talk a little bit about the management, we'll probably have about 15 different employees managing the property. So it is well-managed, well-run, security, the maintenance is kept up. The entrance beyond that front parcel will then have another clubhouse. And this family area will include a clubhouse, fitness areas, outdoor tennis courts, pickleball courts, horseshoe courts, another big swimming pool area, playground area. The property also feature a couple of the retention ponds. We'll be controlling all of the stormwater on site and then discharging to the canal, all of that engineering to be forthcoming. We do also have around the perimeter a large buffer. There's approximately an 84-foot buffer to the east. I think we have about a 25 to 40 feet along the north, along the canal area. And if you look down in the right-hand corner, there's a preservation area that'll be 100% left preservation. Would like to have the horse trail kind of go through there and maybe have a dog park in that area, but it will be all left natural. One other area, currently there is some commercial trailer storage to the south between us and Southern Boulevard. Along that area, we'd like to do a small storage area for people that want to leave either their boat or their additional trailer there and stored when they're not staying inside the park. We see the entire buffer being heavily landscaped. We'll be using a lot of the natural materials that are here, the hedges, tree material, plant material that's very indigenous to this area. We would go on to the next slide. I think this one gives you kind of a conceptual idea of what each individual site would look like. We have visited all of the competition with RV parks in the area. The one we like the most and what we've patterned from is the one up in the Jupiter area. And we like the idea of each site being a little unique and specialized. It'll have its own landscaping, its own entrance sign, its own little light. It'll have pavers. The entire project will be paved. The quality and details will be studied. And I think this gives you a little bit of idea of how each individual pad would look. You'll have space for your RV. You have two parking spaces. You have a patio area. Some will actually have an outdoor gazebo area. Again, they'll be heavily landscaped. Some will have fire pits and places for outdoor dining. Like to just take a moment to talk about the cost of stay. I think we have a slide. Where is that, Joe? Okay, so if we can look again, I don't know if the audience can see this very well, but our during season rate, to give you an idea, it's not inexpensive. You're looking at about $165 a night to stay at our park. And there'll be a little bit better rate on a monthly basis, but it is a park that is designed for short-term stay. We will have a limit on your stay not to exceed 180 days. We think there will be folks that are passing through. Some will stay a little bit longer, but we have found that our rates are in the A-class rate, meaning there are parks that are subpar to this. We're not catering to that audience. We're looking for the more higher end. Up in the Jupiter area, they're getting $195 a night. We're going to be at $165. If you go to the next slide, we've tried to give a little flair as to some of the features, whether it's lighting, low-level lighting, you see the signage, you see the fencing type, again, to keep in style with our theme of an equestrian center. The next page also tells you a little bit about some of the furnishings, the quality of what we're looking for. Some of the sites will feature outdoor kitchen areas. Some will have the tiki cabanas. And we see it as an active resort. If you go to the next page, it's about lifestyle. It's about family. It's about having a good time. It's about fitness. It's about being a good neighbor. One of the things that we found interesting, if we go to the next slide, when we talk about market demand, This is both sides of Florida. So to the left is the West Coast, and you can see all the blue dots on RV parks. If you look on the right side, East Coast of Florida, very few dots. So the demand for this is extremely high. Since COVID, there's been more families traveling and have moved into the RV world. It's pretty exciting. As a boy, we began to travel and camp when I was 6 years old. And it's some of the stuff is still the same. Some's a lot different, but we're excited to kind of be back in this space. But I think it shows that there's definite demand in the marketplace for RV parks. Being in the Palm Beaches, there's a plethora of people that would like to visit their families and come here and stay, especially in season. This next slide kind of reiterates who the competition is and what those rates are. As I mentioned, if you look to the north, the park up in Jupiter getting $190 a night. We're in where the Star is at $165. If you look over to stuff that's maybe a little bit closer at hand, over at Lion Country, they're at $125 in the peak season. We think we're going to be an entirely different community than that. We're going to be much like the one up in Palm Beach. I'm Jupiter. Invite the audience to go up and take a look at that. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them once you return. But I think it tells very much about the quality and spirit of what we want to do. And we've tried to give you kind of a slice of that on the next slide. This shows you the level of landscape, the pavers, the curbing, the swimming pool, again, the level of finish, the natural areas. I think it gives you an idea of what we want to create here. So I spoke, if we can go to the next slide, I spoke about this growing industry. We are going to make a large investment in this community. Between the land and the improvements, north of $35 million. It is a investment that needs to be well managed, well run, and we've considered all of that. If you look at the number of employees, 10 to 15, depending again on season and demand, but we will be trying to attract not just folks that are here for the equestrian, but to come see families. We think many of the RV folks are semi-retired. There will be families as well. It is a fun and we think wholesome way to enjoy time together. And we hope to create that in family fellowship at our park. At this point, I would like to have Jennifer come up and talk a little bit about the application process. And then I'd like to come back and hit some highlights when she's finished about the economic impact and some of the highlights of the property. Jennifer.
Thank you, Gabe. Jennifer Morton with J. Morton, Planning and Landscape Architecture. My part of the presentation is pretty easy. If you could pull up the next slide, please. Yes. So basically, we have a list of the applications that would need to be filed in order to move forward with this project. They're kind of grouped in 3 categories. First is the comp plan. We would be requesting working with staff on comp plan language to allow for an RV resort park and a map amendment. The second group is the zoning text and the zoning amendment and the property development regulations that would be required for the RV park. We'd again be working with staff on the specific language. And then finally is the request for special exception to allow for the RV resort, which provides that higher level review. And then finally, final site plan approval. And as Gabe had mentioned, it's our intention to submit everything at once. So you see what the intended result is. He's planning on, preparing all the plans that are required, the architecture, the engineering, and the applications and the filing fee. So it will be a very comprehensive and detailed submittal, but that's what he wants to do. He wants to put all the information on the table and looks forward to being able to present that. Next slide, please. And then as far as the schedule goes for something like this, it's just under a year from the time we submit. That's our estimated schedule. We would submit our application to staff. We would receive comments back from their DRC committee. During that time, once we made the submittal, we would be doing our community outreach meetings, continuing to address the comments from staff and revise the plan. We'll probably have 2 to 3 resubmittals. Again, that whole time, probably having a couple of outreach meetings. And we look to have a complete application that would be ready to move forward to your planning and zoning board at the beginning of the year. And then these applications, the zoning and the comp plan do require 2 readings before city council. So we would hope to go to city council in March and then final adoption in April. So it's just under a year. But throughout that time, we would be working with staff and working with the community and again, continuing to make the project the best that it can be. And then I think Gabe has a few words to tie it up.
Thank you, Jennifer. We've left a sheet, and I think most of you have it, some facts about the property, but I would like to highlight the economic impact. Again, we're going to be making a large investment. We think that trickle-down effect just on the construction dollars will have a significant impact on the community. Investing the $35 million, we'll be using all the local labor sources and product materials that are in this area. We also know that there will be the ad valorem taxes. Currently, the property is generating just about $250 worth of income to the city. By the time we make our improvements, and when you go through the calculations on the ad valorem taxes, the dollars that'll come directly to the city will be about $67,000 a year. I think that's an increase of about 5 to 6% of what you currently have. So I think at least we'll be contributing to some of that revenue to help the community be even better. We think the total local impact, again, according to our consultant, could be $100 million. There will be the 15 employees. We think that the residents, our guests, they'll be staying on those sites. We'll also be using all of the local retail, commercial businesses here. We intend to try to engage services from the local community, whether that's the nurseries, the landscaping side, the maintenance side, and again, want to be a part and fabric of what's here. As I mentioned, we had an opportunity to visit around the community today. We want to try to encourage our guests to make use of some of the agricultural things that are here. I was impressed with a mushroom farm that I was at this afternoon over at Joseph's and thought that was really unique. But I think there's probably a lot of things that I think our guests would really enjoy, and we hope to highlight that, make that part of their experience here. So we'd like to open it up for questions. Jennifer, myself, and
Okay.
Joe, if we can answer anything, we're happy to do so.
Thank you. Laura, any questions?
I'd rather hear from the residents, so I have no questions.
Marge, any questions?
I have a whole page full of them, but like she said, I'd like to hear from you residents.
Okay. Well, I just have a couple of quick questions
Sure.
and we'll open it up for
Yes,
public.
ma'am.
How many public comments do we have, Valerie?
4.
Five.
Okay, so we only have 15 minutes with public comments, so we've got a little bit of time. Okay, I'm concerned about the road impact. Not just the impact on our road inside C Road with that kind of traffic and the weight of those vehicles on the road. But I'm also concerned about, I'm sure being a developer, you're aware of the large developments that have emerged in the last couple of years just to the west of us with Westlake, Arden. And the traffic along Southern Boulevard is horrible. Is the only word. I mean, it's treacherous and it's bad. Now, I know you say you're going to put in a turn lane, but if you're saying you have 285 slots, I believe you said. So let's say you're at half capacity. 100 of those people, they're driving a $500,000 RV. They're going to have a Mercedes tagged to the back of it. So they're going to be taking that in and out to go to the store and use all these local resources that you say. So that's a lot of road trips. Have you guys done any kind of traffic study or anything to see the impact that that's going to have on not just us, but our surrounding communities?
Yes, we've engaged Simmons and White
To do
do the traffic study. They're underway with that. They say the impact is very minimal. RV parks are very light, but we'll refer to the consultant and the expert in that area, but we have asked for that and we've considered that and they don't think it's going to be impactful at all.
Okay, my second issue is establishing residency. So we have a very unique community, as you're saying, that you've
Yes.
experienced being here.
Yes,
We don't want 285 residents coming from all over
Correct.
the place, being able to establish residency. And the basic fact is they could be there for one day, go change their driver's license, receive mail there and become a resident and then vote in one of our elections and perhaps skew things in a way that would not be desirable to our community. So I have a concern about that.
Yes.
But further than that, you say that there's a 180-day stay. So they stay for 180 days, they pull out, they drive around the block and they pull into another slip for the next 180 days. I mean, how long do they have to be gone after 180
we would
days
say 180 days per year.
per year?
Yeah.
Okay.
And to your point, not sure what's lawful to do in terms of keeping them from changing their license. I don't
Right,
know.
right,
what
nothing.
that-
You can do nothing and we can
Correct.
do nothing, which
Correct.
is why it is a concern.
Correct.
So I'm just bringing it up. The only other really major question, I have two other major things, but one's kind of your problem. One could be our problem. The one that could be our problem is what kind of, I didn't see anywhere in your presentation, anything about emergency management. We live in a hurricane zone. And when we do have an incident, our town is strapped to
Right.
take care of our residents, and RVs are some of the most vulnerable
Right.
vehicles during this kind of an incident. So what will you do for will it become our problem when there's a hurricane to take care of your 285 residents? Or do you have some kind of emergency management that I don't see here?
Yeah, we'll certainly address that, but just like if you're a boat owner in a marina, you would be notified that there's a named storm and you would be asked to leave the property, to move your vehicle and your equipment away from the property. So that's, I think that's the best thing is to get it removed. So.
And what if they
we-
don't leave? You'll come up with something. Maybe
Yeah,
something
I mean,
you'll
there'll
consider.
be some,
Okay.
yeah, I mean, it's, again, we're going to do our very best.
Right.
But it's a great question and something that we have to be concerned with.
Yeah.
We certainly want to have enough access and egress to allow that to happen quickly and promptly. And we'll have the staff to direct people to remove their
Okay.
equipment.
And my last question is the one that is really your problem and not our problem, but for the life of me, I'm a businesswoman, and for the life of me, I can't figure out how you're going to make northwards of $37 million in less than 20 years. I just can't figure it out with management. But I mean, I've read all kinds of numbers and I can't figure it out, but again,
Our
it's your
cost.
problem, not my
No,
problem.
I'm going to clarify. We're saying our investment, our cost between the land and the improvements will be $37 million. That's the amount of money we're putting into the project.
Okay,
Yes, and also to reiterate, these are all overnight rental stays. Just to be clear, we're not selling any of these to help. I mean, in terms of a residency, these are all be rental short term. So we're going to try to do our best to.
will you have any staff residing on the property?
We don't have that designed into this. Whether someone would stay in an RV, I don't know yet. So I'll reserve that.
Okay.
We haven't planned that.
Okay,
Great
Bert,
question.
with 5 public comments, they have just enough time. Do you have anything that I didn't address or that you really want to know?
The park rentals, what did you mean by that?
So some of the communities we've found have purchased, I'm going to call them small casitas, and I don't think we have a picture of that. But it's a high-end kind of tiny home that would be like a small little cottage. If someone doesn't have an RV and wants to try out the camping experience, they'd be able to rent that. And we are still playing around with that idea. We haven't finalized that, but if you look on the site plan, we kind of reserved about 16 spaces to maybe create a small little community to do that. But we haven't finalized that yet.
They have some out on Lake Okeechobee if you want to see some of.
Oh, good. Yes.
Are you going to allow any of the visitors to have their horse or other animals on site?
I think we're going to kind of shy away from that. But if someone does, it would just be for an overnight or short term, but we're not set up to be in the equestrian business. We're modeling that just for our theme, but that's not the emphasis. So
But you did say you had a
Correct.
building that you were considering.
yeah, and I think,
Using for equipment or.
yeah, and again, it would have to be arranged. If we could find someone local that might bring a few horses to help, maybe if someone wants to take a lesson or wants their children to learn or have the experience of riding a horse, we might do something like that. But it's not set up for outside people to bring all their horses and their equipment. That's not our business model.
Okay, and when the lifespan of this park expires, it starts becoming rundown or whatever. What's your escape?
We hope it'll never be run down. We would reinvest always to make it a vibrant and well-run community. Our investment is too large to let it change. So inside of the budget are capital reserves that go back into the project annually to keep up the clubhouse, to refurbish it, to keep the furniture current, to update the swimming pool, to keep all of the amenities current. So we don't see ever letting this run down. Our investment's too large.
What are you going to provide for the community as far as any of the uses?
So I think the equestrian trail, again, the extension of the roadway, the pavement area, the beyond that, there will be the increase in the tax base. There'll be the economic engine that comes from having the park and our guest here. But beyond that, the amenities will be for the use of our residents.
Okay, a few years ago, another company came forward with a park at the same location and offered the use of the swimming and the other recreational amenities. You're not doing that.
We'll certainly consider it, but at this point, the answer is probably not. Just we want to make sure that we have a gated community, that it's controlled, and from a safety standpoint, we want it to be well run. And I don't think we want any additional risk in terms of outside public. And our use is primarily for those to experience the park itself that are staying with us.
Okay, and my last question is, with so many more horses in Wellington than in Lock's Edge Groves, why did you choose our area when they have large open areas there also?
It's the access to Southern Boulevard. We thought it's hard to find the 45 so acres. We found this piece. We assembled 3 different pieces. We just liked the location, easy access off of Southern Boulevard, became available and we pursued it. We did look at a multitude of sites before coming here. We've been very selective in what we do. In our business, it's all about location, location, location. And we think this is a great site. And we think it's very unique and we think it's ideal. We have,
River Ranch?
pardon?
Have you looked at River Ranch?
Have not, ma'am.
Okay, public comment, Valerie. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor, we have 7 comment cards.
why
The
not?
first one is Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson collecting Canal Road. We've got 12 minutes left. So here's the problems that I see. One, they want all this space and all these people in there. What's the noise control going to be? You know, I live on Collecting Canal Road, and in the mornings I can hear all the hot rodders and all the cycles revving up their engines. The light turns go. Whoa. The noise is incredible. Anybody living on Collecting Canal can attest to this. That's one thing. Second thing, what control do we really have over what he wants to do? If we don't have control, we've lost control. I have seen so many people come up here, developers, and they give a presentation just like he did. First thing you know, they've come back before you and said, you know, we need something else. We forgot to talk about this. Can you approve this for us? Is he going to do that? If so, we've got the wrong people up here. We want to keep our community the way that it was intended. That's what we want. Second thing, third thing, what happens if gas prices go through the roof? Of which, look what's happening. They've already said they're going to squeeze the gas. With all the gas being under control of Russia, Saudis, look out. Gas prices are going to go through the roof. Those vehicles that he's talking about get 6 miles to the gallon. What's going to happen to RVs if gas prices go up? He's not going to be able to fill his park. So what's he going to do with it? We have to have control. What happens if COVID strikes again or something like that? The CDC says that is a possibility that COVID could hit. We will have another epidemic. Look what China's doing to us right now. So, Katie, bar the door. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Next.
Robert Austin.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Miss Nina.
If you could permit me to give you something to the record before my time starts.
Motion to
please.
file and receive and file.
Second.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nina.
I'm sure that I'm going to need this and
They can't have it.
they can have it.
No.
Well, here's money for them.
I need one for the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nina Corning, 2834 E Road. To clarify what I just handed out, this was the Red Gag report, half of the report, because the other part was in reference to a different property from the Red Gag of 2018. The main concern with that property back then already was that it was very wet. As a matter of fact, there's a property in there that had a 9,000 code on the county at the appraiser's office, which they smartly took off afterwards because it was so wet, it was deemed that it was no financial gain to be had from it. That was taken off. I found that back then on the appraiser's office. The other thing that's really concerning is that they're planning on dumping the water and the runoff into collecting canal. He just mentioned this. That is an absolute no-no. And with all the power that you seem to have to go and deal with FEMA, with us residents, this is certainly one where it should be 100% applied. The kind of trash, the kind of garbage, the kind of cost this will be, the noise it will be, the effects of how it's going to flood the area near there, the way it affects our collecting canal, the way it affects our red gag, our trails. There's a 30-foot easement there. It's not recognized. It's not shown in the drawings. That has been there for a very long time. There are no buffers. And the green you see, I love these artist renderings. You and I used to do some of these, you know. These artist renderings are very, very misleading. There isn't a darn thing of green left when you really get to paving all of that, okay? You've got these little tiny little hedges and that's it. It was recommended to not allow back then the couple of houses, well, how many was it? It was like 94 houses. Now we're talking about an impact of what, 280 lots? This is nothing but insanity. And my time is going to run out. I'd have a hell of a lot more to say, but here we go. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corning.
Paul Coleman.
Paul Coleman, 14620, 6 Court North. Hi, I'm your neighbor, two to the east there. Yeah, I don't know. We turned a RV lot down a few years ago. Less impact than this one. It had less units than this one. Like Nina said, you see some green space. I hear talk about green space, and I hear a little slide in of trailer parking and storage, and mention the storage unit in front of it to the south too. That's a whole nother subject. But we talk about 25-foot buffer along Collecting Canal. 25 feet is nothing. And we're dealing with buffer issues with a development that was already pre-approved years ago. Right now, they didn't design their buffer the way they were supposed to. And they were supposed to have a large buffer. Then it's a few pine trees, and they've cut some stuff down. They're planting stuff. I mean, this is not Loxahatchee Groves. This is a commercial apparatus. Commercial is supposed to stop at Tangerine. I know the slippery slope of solar sport has started some stuff, but we can still stop it from going any farther. Commercial is supposed to be from Tangerine to Southern in Loxahatchee Groves. Nowhere else. And this is a commercial entity. For all I care, put it up on Southern. But I still want to see a 30-odd foot trailer, RV trailer, with attached to a 450 or a 350 dually trying to make a U-turn on Southern Boulevard. So I don't know how you're going to get away with not putting a light in. No offense, I'm not a traffic guy. No offense to your traffic guy and the impact, etc. But I think there's a severe impact on us. And $35 million investment, $35 million, so the building permit, that's a lot of money. That just goes to the building department. You can only, pay off so much of that and buying paper and stuff like that. So it's not like the town's going to get to hold on to the money, because if you hold the surplus for long enough, guess what? You got to give money back. So just because we have our own building department, we're going to collect permit fees, because that comment was made to me a few days ago. That has no real impact, because we don't have a building department that can run on that much money. So you're sitting on a surplus, right? Gas tax, okay, we already have neighboring communities that shop at our Publix. We already have, onesie twosies that are going to come on. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Maybe those storefront's going to go in there. The storefront stops right there. Everything stops right there. You don't have to say yes. You could send a clear message. We won't even see this again. We'll see how it goes. But there's a lot of people in this room, and a lot of people on the Facebook, that are totally against this. So Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pullman.
Bianca,
Hey, guys. So I'm kitty corner to this whole development and,
Can you go? to the
microphone.
mic?
Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm kitty corner to the entire development. So literally across the canal, a 20-foot buffer is ridiculous. I have a horse farm and now we're talking 218 spots of trailers, of noise, of people that are right there in front of our houses. So how are we, well, in this case, it really just affects us, I guess, but same right for everybody, right? So I shouldn't be at a disadvantage only because of where I bought my property to be able to run my business and have my horses and live in peace. I paid the same amount of money as everybody else in Laxachi Groves, so I shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Now, they mentioned they're going to increase the tax money from 200 some odd dollars to 60,000 a year, right? That's 48 acres. Now, I own a couple more places equaling 20 acres. I paid $50,000 in tax last year. Understood, so will yours. It won't only just go to the town. So your property tax are different than mine?
if you're gonna go back and forth, you need to speak on the mic so it's on the record.
Right,
please.
so we won't go there, but at any rate, if, just to give you a bit of it's just not quite right. And like somebody else already stated, with what this is all gonna look like and to protection to everybody else, it's a no-go. But now I have to hurry up really quickly. If we open up that door of letting that be sown commercially, it will never stop. The guy that bought the nursery on B Road and Collecting Canal, yeah, that's still a nursery right now. He has some cars up there out for sale, blah, blah, blah. He wants to turn it into a car dealership. I talked to him. He has some lawyers working on that because he knows it's going to take years, but this will open the door. It will never stop. This, everything from Southern to Collecting Canal is going to turn commercial and there's nothing we can do if we allow that. So that is, for me, a no-go because our property values, all the people that are close to that will go in the toilet. Yeah, unless we turn it into something else. So what are we going to turn all of that commercial then to? Past Collecting Canal? Where's it going to stop? Where's it going to end? Direct access from Southern Boulevard, sure, fine, that's commercial. Anything else past that is a no-go. I'm sorry.
Ally Daly,
Hi, I know we have limited time. I'm Ally Daly. I live at 829 C Road. I just bought that property less than a year ago. Had I known this was being considered, I would not have bought there. I moved here from Los Angeles, and part of the reason I purchased here was because I wanted peace and quiet. So big concerns for me are noise pollution, light pollution. I want to know, you mentioned that you were looking at the environmental impact. Have you done an environmental impact study? I want to talk about population density. High season, you go to Publix, you can't find a parking spot. So 285 spots, maybe it's a family of 4. Adding that many people to the population of our little community is going to have a significant impact on our quality of life. Just going to the grocery store, the consumption of food at the grocery store, the consumption of gasoline at the gas stations, like all this needs to be considered. Again, light pollution, noise pollution, traffic, same thing, making a U-turn on Southern, sanitation, water. Are they drawing off the aquifer? That's going to affect my aquifer. That's going to affect my well. Dumping water into the canal, that's going to affect my property values as well. I read something that you guys are doing kayaking. I don't know where you're doing kayaking.
I have a bridge, so no one's kayaking under my bridge because that thing's 50 years old and I'm not taking on that liability. You mentioned putting parking on C Road. I would love to know where you're gonna put parking on C Road. Because there's no place to even, for me to even put my vegetation out there. Yeah, I think these are the big issues for me. I just think that all of this needs to be considered. I will tell you personally that I am an interior designer. I've been doing high-end interior design and construction project management for over 25 years. I've been published in every high-end magazine you can imagine. And just in my personal opinion, high-end, what I just looked at is not that. So when you're just talking about aesthetics and what you're putting out to the community, you know, I really think it needs to be reconsidered. I just think the impact to all of us that live in the community, a lot of us bought out here because we were buying what we thought we were getting, which is peace and quiet, privacy. I have an easement in front of my house, as is Bianca. Are all these people going to be going back and forth in front of our houses? I just think it's going to affect us in a lot of ways that maybe are not being considered. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jane?
Jane Harding, 3479 D Road. All I know is a year ago, we were fighting over 2 to 4 RVs on our own properties. Now we're getting 285 on a property down there. Where's the water coming from? We're already having water issues. My canal has dead fish in it. We can't even fix that. And I've been asking about that for years. I too moved out here for this peace and quiet. I have a horse farm. How are you going to benefit me as a horse owner? I hear about the taxes. I hear about the grocery stores. I hear about the labor. How are you going to benefit my business? All I see is you taking away from my business. Okay. And then that therefore ruins me. And I mean, where did this come from? I mean, this first I heard about this was a month ago. All of a sudden this popped up overnight. I don't think so. This had to be in the works for a while. Who put this into the works? I think that's like very odd. And it seems like it's already said and done to a degree. And I pray to God that you listen to these residents. I mean, I have 5 acres. I have horses. We're barely making it because, you know, everybody thinks people in the horse industry are millionaires. No, we're not. It's something that we enjoy doing. We work our butts off for. And this scares the living hell out of me. I've put all my money and all my time into my farm. And I hear how it's going to benefit this. Mostly I hear how it's going to benefit you, not us. You keep telling me how much you're putting into this and how it's going to be so beautiful in a family atmosphere. What about our family atmosphere? Where is that going? My family atmosphere is going to go down the toilet so you can have your RV park so people can experience camping? No, I don't think so. I came out here to experience having a business, peace and quiet, cleanliness. Now we're talking trash, we're talking water, dumping into a canal, traffic, voters, all the things that scared us out of having 2 to 4 RVs on our own property. Are you kidding me? I mean, for a couple of years, I had to listen to how 2 to 4 RVs back and forth, and how much traffic and how much voters and all the jamming 8 people into an RV instead of 4 people. And the permitting, we couldn't even permit that. All right, so how are we going to permit this? Who's going to be responsible for all this? We can't even handle what we already have. And we're already kind of suffering, but that kind of goes with a small town. And I don't mind our kind of suffering, but I don't want this kind of suffering added on to it. Whereas every day I have to worry about the safety of my kids, the safety of my animals, where I'm going to ride my horses, my clientele. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's going to screw the residents here, and it's going to seriously hurt the horse farmers. Yes, mushroom farm is great. God bless you. You know, weren't we having a problem with the Swank Market with the cars parking there? Well, that's a tourist attraction, isn't it, for this new RV park? I mean, let's get real here.
No more comments.
Okay. So just for the record, this was a conceptual presentation. There's no vote. This isn't a done deal and no voting has been done yet. So
Can I respond to some of
I'm sorry, we don't read public comments into the record unless somebody's brought it here to read it in for someone else. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll give you a very short time because we're
Sure.
cutting into our community meeting to respond to some of the comments and
Sure.
then we'll be done.
We appreciate all the comments. We'd like to give time to respond to all of them. I'd like to make just a couple little clarifications. Noise, we definitely understand that. We will have, we want to run a family-run community that's going to be quiet and peaceful the best we can, and we'll try to, endeavor to keep that under wraps. That's the idea. It's for our own pleasure as well, our own residents' pleasure. The buffers will be heavily landscaped, so you will not even see inside of the hedge wall to see the RV community. So along the canal, whether it's 25 feet, there'll also be a hedgerow there. In terms of the stormwater, stormwater will be controlled in accordance with the water management district requirements. That water will be controlled and filtered through our own on-site retention ponds. But just like all other developments, all other sites, there's a pop-off when it gets beyond the storm condition that will discharge, and that discharge will go to the canal. There won't be any trash. All of that is managed and is protected under the law and the engineering standards that we'll be permitting under. In terms of economic benefit to your businesses, however we can engage our residents to make use of that, whether that's the equestrian areas, we certainly want to do so. We want them to experience life here in the community. Again, I can't remember all of the concerns. We'll certainly review those and try to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Can we just take like a 1 to 2 minute recess before we start?
Quick, Mayor, please. When did we change where the clerk can't read a comment in, because that's what it used to be?
A couple of months ago.
Oh.
Is there a reason she wouldn't have told me when I sent the email asking for it to be read?
In the email, I explained that it would be shared with town council.
Say that can't happen, or I would have put the card in and had it read. I mean, my email very clearly said I want it read at the 5 o'clock meeting on Tuesday, June 4th. I mean, I did the whole thing and nowhere in the reply would it indicate that it was not going to be read.
Are you willing to read it into the record right now, to have it read into the record?
I guess I have to, but I would do public speaking. That's why I wanted it read.
Well, have someone else read it for you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. My next one.
No, it's not even that. I just think my voice should be heard. And I think there wasn't going to be.
All right.
Thank you.
I've been here.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, bear with us. I gotta start my clock because I got a 3-minute clock, right? I'm gonna be fair. I'll read what I can. This is from Christy Coleman, my wife, 14626 Court North. It was intended that this charter and the incorporation of Quasi-Judicial Groves area will serve to preserve and protect the distinctive rural characteristic of the community, such as low density, minimum low coverage, substantial open spaces, architectural, nursery, agricultural, and nursery interests, or rural habitat, and the acknowledgement is close ties to the agricultural equestrian industries within the boundaries of the town. That's a quote. The quote was taken from House Bill 951, which was the bill that allowed our town to incorporate. As part of that bill, because we did not meet Florida state statute thresholds for incorporation, we were granted waivers in order to allow the incorporation in the first place. These waivers included verbiage related to our rural character and our our marketed difference in character between the town and historical and rural community and surrounding communities with significantly greater density and urban characteristics, as quotes. Allowing increased density would directly violate these waivers. There have been claims that this is better than Walmart, or this is quote unquote better than another gas station. These are nothing more than attempts to justify support of projects that should not be supported by this town. There is commercial property available. I do not claim to know all the rules governing those commercial properties, but I think it's pretty straightforward to direct developers to purchase one of those parcels. I believe we have rules and zoning laws in place that govern what can go on those properties. We simply need to enforce those rules and do all within the town power to not allow continued variances and zoning changes. This proposal in front of us today and others like it are in direct opposition to what our town was founded to protect. In no way, shape, or form is any type of RV resort, park, or whatever other poor labor is put on it in keeping with the entire reason our town exists. They are not low density, they are not low density, they are not an agricultural or nursery interest, they are not a rural habitat. Our town council has been elected in good faith by residents of Waxahachie Groves and have sworn to uphold this charter. In this case, and in all others like it, council should protect our town from being permanently destroyed by the continual persistence of developers and selling landowners who want nothing more than to make money by doing something they know they are not allowed by town laws to do. This particular property was partially cleared from the inside out over last year, removing hundreds of mature native trees while doing so. I got a paragraph and a half. Can I run? All this done under the protection of ag, which has been repeatedly abused by this town in order to pre-clear properties so that they are more desirable to developers. Nobody is fooled by this. I'm sure that the cows that have been on the property did not ask for the canopy and shelter spaces to be removed. It has become abundantly clear that the town of Waxahachie Groves has become known to developers as an easy target. As over the past 5 to 10 years, the projects that have been allowed to happen have been granted forgiveness and leniency for violations made by the contractors during the construction process. It is time for this to stop. We should not have to repeatedly show up and force to contest these high density commercial type projects. We should be able to trust our town council to be looking out for us and to protect our town and our lifestyle as the charter intended. This project and others like it should be summarily denied as they are not allowed and are not in keeping with our town's charter or reason for being. Christy Coleman, resident. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. Thank you, Christy. Sorry for the confusion, but I'm glad your voice got to be heard. Okay, we're going to take a brief 2-minute recess just so we can.
While we're on recess, I need to click the mute button on Zoom. Thank you. Yes. The Zoom, go to the Zoom. The Zoom is down there in Google. Yeah, that one.
Okay, a couple of things. I just want to, speaking of developers, the season's over. I was hoping the problem would have finished, but the east side of B Road near Southern is very dangerous right now. If you could ask PBSO to please monitor that, especially during morning and heavy afternoon traffic. The, I guess, construction of that little hotel or whatever's going on, nobody is monitoring what is happening at that intersection. Cars are backed up. You're fighting for your life. I now go past Tractor Supply and go around through the college just to get home safely. But everyone else that goes to Wellington and all parts out of here are risking their life at the intersection of Publix and the Solar Sport Plaza. Also, the next thing I'd like to bring up is if we could ask the fire department the status of the fire hydrants that we do have. As we've seen, there's been several fires in the community and throughout the state of Florida. It seems the fires are starting up. We have fire hydrants. We don't know the last time they were checked or if they are full and ready to go. Third, I would ask town council to get with staff and review why BTRs are being issued to properties that have been in continuous violation or refuse to come in and get their properties up to speed. They've been given multiple historical opportunities, but they continuously thumb their nose at the town. And BTRs, that application is not just about coming in and signing off on it. After reviewing it, there's supposed to be some inspections of these properties, and several of them have hazardous material on them. So my point is, why are BTRs even being issued to properties in non-compliance, and especially those with hazardous material? Thank you. No comment needed.
You don't want response? Okay, all right. Valerie?
Okay, Doug?
Hey, good evening, Doug Shaperton, 95 Hyde Park Road. I'm coming here to take my best shot at this, and I'm just trying to get an update on the goings on at 1032 Hyde Park Road. It's been a battle for the last 2 or 3 years. Several code violations, and he just keeps doing more and more and more to upset the neighborhood. Dump trucks are coming in and out constantly. Open sewage issues. I've called the health department. I haven't got any responses back. I see the wanton abuse of animals on the property firsthand. And the answer to that is he just puts up another hedge and does everything he can. So if you don't see it, it's not going on. So I've been here before with previous meetings on the same thing. I'm just trying to get an update from the council and anybody else where we stand on this property.
Well, the property you're speaking of is currently in code violation, so we as the council can't address, but Francine can certainly address that question, but we can't.
I'm very sorry for you. I know you've helped us out a lot. I do know. We do have running violations on that property for pretty much all that you've mentioned. There's now an arena on the property.
Correct.
And we are working on that. And also the fines that are running right now are at $250. We plan to do repeat violations on them, and they will go up to 500, hopefully, a day.
Okay.
That's the best we can do, unfortunately, because I think you realize that we aren't even able to get on the property. And only because of your help have we been able to get some direct from yours and another neighbor or two. I don't want to leave them out.
No.
Have we been able to get the direct, information?
And I just want you to know from a council perspective, we did begin a conversation at our last council meeting that we need to look at some more severe sanctions for people that continue to thumb their nose at the town and continue with excessive and repeated code violations. So we are starting on that process.
What's odd is that it only took maybe one phone call for the property south of that, or to south at 832 to cease and desist. The red tag is still on the fence. And to my knowledge, they are complying with the town any way they can. So does this turn into, I'm a good citizen, I'm a bad citizen? You get one compliant citizen that wants to do the right thing, and yet this property at 1032 can just keep on thumbing his nose at the town.
That is what's been going on, yes.
Okay. So the final straw was last Thursday at about 1:10 p.m. My wife, who's home all day, looks out the window to see four, well, I'll call them SWAT team members in unmarked cars, stop in front of the property, full gear, and try to get on the property. I don't know what's going on over there, but I'm sure it's a bunch of thuggery or people up to no good. So I moved to the end of that road for peace and quiet, not to bother anybody. We used to all get along, progressive dinners, and now it's turning into a crime zone on top of everything else.
I'm deeply sorry, and we are starting to work on the process of what we can do.
And you know how many times I've been before the town and emails and everything else. You have the tools under the ULDC. We adopted Palm Beach County's language. Use it. It's getting old. And unfortunately, everybody thinks that I'll just put up a hedge. I'll put up some kind of a visual blocker. And if you don't see it, it's not going on. It doesn't work that way. So I implore the town to use the tools that they were given to stop this nonsense. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Frank Standish.
Hi, good evening. Frank Standish, 15401 North Road. My question is, for North B Road, there's 700 feet of pavement that isn't a full 2 inches. How did they sign off on that? You got sod trucks, they already started a month earlier that ran like first 2 days, 16 trucks. And on an average, it could be 16 to 18 trucks a week run down that road. That little section ain't gonna last. In fact, that road's not gonna last. So I'm just wondering if the town's gonna redesign the thickness of the pavement for B Road. And why is the town accepting that section being less than 2 inches? I don't know. Residents paid for 2 inches. We sure didn't get it.
Paul Coleman.
First, quickly, just to piggyback on Frank, if you're concerned, if you wonder how many trucks it takes to do the Dolphin Stadium, just watch the show that they did on Hulu last season, and they did drone flyovers and stuff. Never once said Loxahatchee Groves, just said somewhere 80 miles north of the stadium. Anyway, and it talks about how many trips it takes and trucks, etc. I just want to say a big thank you to Francine. I guess I don't know, maybe it was a plan Monday to pump some water. I kind of incited a little thing on Sunday about, but Francine and staff, thank you. We added some water on Monday. Water levels are up. Thank you so much. Number 2.
Oh, God did that.
Huh?
God did that.
God did that?
Yeah.
There wasn't that much rain, Francine. I'm sorry. So if the little bird on the wall heard my cry, awesome. Because well, piggyback on the other standards, Virginia's talking about hydrants. I believe most of the hydrants are all dry hydrants, meaning they supply off the canal. So if we can't agree on water table versus groundwater, surface water, etc., we can't agree that there has to be water in the canal for a hydrant to work. So water has to be up north. And I'll get off that because I got a minute 41. So secondly, I would like to take off this hat, put on the other hat. I am the one of the vice presidents of the Loxahatchee Groves Association, and I would like to announce that we proudly have awarded 8 $1,000 scholarships within the town this year. Thanks to a lot of our community partners, Swain Farm, Red Barn, just to mention a few, some nice donors in the community as well. We awarded 6 of those already, and we'll be awarding the last 2 on the 27th. So we're very proud about that, and we hope to get it up another $2 or so $1,000 next year. So thank you very much to everyone. Have a great one. Thank you.
Robert Austin.
Robert Austin, 746 Hyde Park. Kind of piggybacking off what Doug said. That same property had truckload of block and brick brought to it. And they did it on the Labor Day. So you guys, of course, didn't see it. And I'm sorry I didn't get any pictures of it. But also talked to one of the residents who's moving off of it because he's found another place 2 blocks away in the Groves to move his camper to. And that's a continuing problem. And I know that we don't have the tax base, so we don't have full-time employees, which is terrible because our code enforcement needs a full-time employee. Cause you drive down Collecting Canal and see the trashy trailers right up along the road with people living in them. You have people that haven't built their houses that have been living in trailers for years. We are not a trailer park. So that was my point about this whole RV thing, even with the equestrian season. If we can't tailor it just to the equestrian season and not year round, then it needs to be scrapped because we are turning into a dirty trailer park. And it's not, and these people know it. He just moved 2 blocks over. He said, yep, somebody over here has 4 lots for me to rent. You know, they're available for us to rent. So they're just moving around these $5,000 campers that these people live in. They're just moving around the Groves from lot to lot, and that needs to stop. Thank you.
Quasi-Judicial.
Cassie Suchi. So I have our town charter here. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but this caught me and it leads into what I was going to say. Basically, we incorporated to protect the distinctive rural characteristic of our community. Low density, minimal lot coverage, substantial open spaces, agricultural nursery interests, rural habitats, and close ties to agriculture and equestrian industries. And there's more and more, but that's the basics. I want to thank the people in the council who actually stop some of the stuff that was happening on 161st. But it leads me to what I'm saying. You all, thank you for serving. You are our voice. You make the decisions that affect all of us. Staff works for the town. I have a real problem with staff not knowing what our town is. This is not an aspirational document. This is a document that we all believe. We bought our homes here for this. What happened on 161st, the day after the town council meeting, was a travesty, and I caught it on video. And it was blamed on a rogue employee of Public Works. And I'm going to give the quick scenario, and everybody out here with a brain on their head is going to sit there and go, really? A rogue employee from Public Works who doesn't live here, probably makes a little bit above minimum wage, came to work the day after one of the residents on 161st spoke and had a cease and desist order to stop clearing the trees on her easement. He checked out the excavator. They were doing work on the west side of the road. He goes to her specific lot and starts ripping the trees out, trees that are on the other side of her fence. A big hullabaloo. It was stopped. They did an investigation and it was blamed on a rogue employee. Now, anybody who has a business, there's people in here that run big government organizations. The buck doesn't stop with the employee. He just threw himself on the sword. He got his orders from somewhere else. And it goes back to the presentation that we had here tonight. I don't know how much money these people are going to spend on this presentation, but they should have been made aware by our town staff of our town charter of what the response is of this neighborhood community that we have and what we believe we want in our town before you come in and spend all this money. Staff needs to have the same vision that we do. You guys have a hard enough job. You have to understand that staff is going to direct you and guide you. And some of the things that I'm seeing happening and the guiding of some of our agendas and things, I don't think you guys are having enough input in it. And remember, you're our voice. So I think we need to have some type of accountability, not just the little employee that threw himself on a sword for the big guy, but it goes all the way up to whoever the boss is. Somebody directed that person to do that. Thank you.
I believe that this is the community input. So would you like for Francine to respond about this situation or Mr. Gallant? Okay, go right ahead, Francine.
No little employee threw themselves on the sword. First of all, the 161st activities have been fully disclosed in here. And while there are differing opinions by some of the property owners, we had public meetings on this. We sent letters to everyone. We are restoring drainage ditches that have been not maintained and swales and other growth that has, let's say, the town has succumbed to nature, which is beautiful and wonderful, but the town also has to have drainage. And so the conversation about a certified habitat and so on and so forth, that is not accurate. In order to become a certified habitat, you actually have to take out invasive trees. Now, that employee was not directed to be on that side of the road. That employee on all of the roads has been taking out invasives, and he thought he was doing a good thing when he took out the Melaleuca on the east side of the road, because why go back when you're already there on the west side? Unfortunately, the Melaleuca, which is an invasive, when it came down, it was so invasive that it took with it, or he took with it by accident, a limb of an oak tree. An oak tree is a native, and a native has to be taken care of properly. So that limb had to be cut, because to leave a broken limb would kill the tree. And I'm trying to explain this very quickly. However, there was no direction from council to go ahead and do anything that happened the day after the meeting, which was, we scheduled for our arborist to go out there. We sent information to the property owner that inquired about all the Florida Administrative Code and whatever information that we had available relative to the growth in the swale. We did our homework, and we were very diligent, and we were very concerned about the neighbors. And we actually spoke directly with this neighbor. The arborist, again, plus I think 2 or 3 of our staff actually visited there. And I personally said that we would assist this person to create and become certified as the habitat that she wishes her swale to be. So that is actually all in our emails and is factually accurate, and we can argue about it, but we're taking action and trying to do the right thing for the person who asked us to do that at that property. I think we'd be willing to do more of that throughout the town. There's nothing wrong with having a natural landscape wherever we can. We can even allow for some drainage within that habitat. And when Mr. Gallant makes his report later, he can tell you more details. But the public record is really important. And the buck does stop up at the top, but it also has to stop when, you tell the truth. And that's what we do. We don't vote on the decision or the course to go. We prepare an agenda. In every agenda, the last item is an agenda schedule of what we think is coming forward. What I'm also trying to do is where there's been a council request to bring something forward, we try to put it on there. The council has decided that in their comments, they may make a consensus decision to have something added to the upcoming agenda. We're trying to be as transparent as possible. I'm not trying to be defensive. I'm trying to make sure the public record is accurate. So anyone in this audience, anyone watching this meeting, if there is an issue, please let us know what it is, because we come meet with you. We try to assist you. We try to give you the information that we have. We're not here to disrupt. We're here to serve.
Anything else about, thank you, Francine.
No,
Valerie,
Mayor.
anything? Okay, is everybody okay to go right into the meeting? Are you okay to go right, you have something to say?
Yes, I do. So it's a little confusing to me that we voted on the agenda at 5 o'clock. And then we have a 6 to 6:30 open discussion.
Which just
because-
happened.
Right. So, and I would like to change something in this because I was not prepared to do it at 5 because we don't normally start our meetings at 5. So,
Okay, but this didn't happen at 5. I'm just getting ready to open this meeting. It hasn't happened yet.
okay, but you approved the agenda. So
No,
it's
we did not. We
this
approved
agenda.
correct. It's
Okay.
not that agenda. Okay, are you good? Are you, everybody okay to roll right into the next meeting? Okay, do we do another pledge of allegiance and another call to order and another roll call, or are we okay with just continuing on? I need some legal advice on this.
I think it's with the consensus of the council, you can move on.
Is everybody okay with just moving along?
Yes.
Everybody, okay,
Yes.
all right,
I
great.
missed it, but I'm fine.
Okay, any additions, deletions, or modifications? Phyllis?
Yes. I think that item number 11 needs to go before item number 8.
Okay, moving item number 11 before item number 8 on the regular agenda. Anything else? Okay, I need a motion to approve the agenda with the modification.
Did everybody agree to that?
No, I don't support that.
Oh, you don't support that?
Do item 8, and then we don't even have to do item 11 if we approve the sheriff's contract.
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Do I need to make a motion? To
I guess
move?
so.
I'll make a motion to move item 11 to before item 8.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right.
Okay. One opposed. All right. So now can I have a motion to approve the agenda with the modification?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda with the modification.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, we're ready for public comments on non-agenda items.
I have to use this.
Aaron Atkin.
Good evening. Thank you for having us. It's nice to see so many people participating in the council meetings. I'm here today to deliver an urgent public comment, and I'll address the critical election risks and vulnerabilities our communities are facing together in Palm Beach County. Our history is great, except for when it comes to voting. Intimidation and non-American citizen voting, Zuckerbucks, and third-party interference, weaponization of our PBSO. Do you hold election integrity workshops or discuss the increasing costs of the elections itemized in your budgets? Did you know that elections by definition have to be done by the town clerk, who obviously did a much better job? Back in 1968, we had 68% turnout. This last election, we had 22%. That I would say, Wendy, you're fired. During this economic crisis, our county commissioners spend money like it's growing on trees and fund and certify uncertifiable elections. The border invasion that our governor is making U.S. citizenship, Social Security last 4 digits, a bargaining chip. We had great bills that died in Tallahassee, like the Palm Beach Bill 1669 that would have secured vote by mail and chain of custody by 2/3. According to public information, Loxahatchee Grove has 3,355 population, 1,904 registered voters, 1,418 active voters, with 1 precinct. Yes, it will be very easy and simple and secure and transparent for a low-cost hand count by the people of this community. With less than 85 voters per precinct average in Palm Beach County, it's a sad waste of money. The proven hackable computers and early voting machines, unreliable, no excuse absentee vote by mail, unprotected UOCAVA, U.S. military ballots, lack of reliable chain of custody should be enough. Costly public records are needed to examine the individual races due to violations of statute Florida 98.0981, which are general reporting results. Also, Florida statute 101-572 was denied to the public on all occasions in this last election. That means that a political party, candidate, PAC may have a designee to access election materials during an election. These items shall be provided by reasonable access from the moment the first ballot is transported, received, processed through the Blue Cross machine by staff and without poll workers present or designees. Nearly half of the ballots are processed this way. Public entry was refused and documented on file at the PBSO. As of February 5th, there was February 5th and to the 28th, we had 39,000 vote by mail ballots that were stored on site, an average of 1,333 per day. Today, I'm here seeking decentralization of ballot and vote tabulation and regress of our multiple grievances pursuant to Florida Election Code 104.43 and Florida Statute 905.33. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Millie or Milky? Mickey?
Hi, good evening, City of Loxahatchee, Groves Public Servants. My name's Mickey Isaacson, and I'm a Palm Beach County resident. I, like many others, believe the 2020 election was stolen. I've been observing at the local elections at the Palm Beach County Supervisor of Election for the last 2 years. This is not about Democrats or Republicans or any party affiliation. This is about stealing our elections. As a sovereign American, I'm seeking a redress of a multiple election grievance pursuant to Florida Election Code 104.43 and Statute 905.33. I'm asking you to read and support the documents that will be handed to you today that include a request to convene a grand jury to investigate the 22 and 24 elections. Did you know our supervisor of election was appointed, tapped in, her party affiliation, she changed her party affiliation before running in the following election? How many other leaders are tapped in and are selected, not elected? The SOE employs temporary staff who have not taken an oath to the Constitution, and yet they touch and count our ballots. The SOE is certifying our elections with dirty voter rolls. There's no chain of custody for the ballots, and the SOE allows the U.S. Postal Service to tamper with the U.S. mail, which is a federal offense, by using postal bins to transport these ballots. We, the people, are awake, and we're appealing to all 39 municipalities in Palm Beach County. So thank you for letting us speak here today. We're asking you to look into our elections and remove the illegal organizations and agencies that pay into it. Palm Beach County belongs to a charter. The Palm Beach municipalities belong to Florida Leagues of Cities, who belong to the National League of Cities. All of the cities pay into an ethics and commission agency. And yet no one is looking into our election integrity concerns from we the people. We just came from Palm Beach County commissioners, and they say they have no redress. They can't help us with the elections with the supervisor of election. It's out of their power to look into the complaints we have brought before them. No one's looking into our election integrity concerns. All of these agencies are illegal. They are all tied to the crown. That is a one-party rule from the top down to the states. I would urge you, city council member leaderships and residents, to insist on a tour of the new supervisor of election facility where all the USBs, we all put these in our computers. This is where our ballots are stored, and you can change your votes on these USBs, and you don't ever have to touch the ballots. This facility was moved in the middle of a presidential election. Many of the grassroots people have requested a tour, but we've been denied. The Florida statute 876.11 public places is defined. This building is either leased or owned with the taxpayer money, and public access is being denied. We have photos of people in the building, but we are being denied access. We urge you to get involved in the elections and to learn what's happening, because our elections are being stolen.
Thank you.
Candace Rojas?
Good evening, Loxahatchee public servants. Loxahatchee is a great rural, agricultural, and equestrian unincorporated community consisting of 3,490 residents in 2024. I am certain there are wonderful, well-intentioned, good leaders here, but regardless, I must boldly intercede for those without a voice, defend the Constitution, and restore our republic. What I'm about to say may shock those who just watch fake news and believe that everything is okay. I personally believe the military is the only way to fix this, because our entire political, judicial, and governmental systems are broken. In many instances, foxes are guarding the hen houses. Our elections are not secure, and leaders at the local level have ignored substantial evidence of election fraud right here in Palm Beach County. And whenever any government becomes destructive, it is the duty of the people to abolish it. As a sovereign American, I'm here to put you on notice to request your oath and bonds. We are also seeking redress of our multiple grievances pursuant to Florida Election Code 104.43. I have notified the military, and we are visiting all 39 municipalities. The Constitution states that all of the power, not some of the power, belongs to we the people. It also states that fraud vitiates everything ab initio. There is a systematic destruction of the old guard. A paradigm shift is taking place all across the nations. It's not an apocalypse, it's a house cleaning taking place at the local level. No more generational political nepotism, no more secret societies controlling the masses, no more appointed board members via the tap from secret society handshakes. The fake facade of power and control from fake leaders is over. Did you know that Palm Beach County is an illegal foreign corporation called the Palm Beach County Charter? And Loxahatchee is part of that charter. Loxahatchee uses taxpayer dollars to pay dues to be a member of the League of Cities, which is a globalist organization with connections to the United Nations, which promotes a one world dictatorship, and the World Economic Forum, which is a criminal cartel whose primary mission is population control. This tells me you all need retrained, and the court of public opinion is building momentum as truth is being exposed on the local level. So right now you're operating under maritime law, you're using fake statutes to penalize the people when statutes were intended to control elected officials. During the March 2020 COVID scam, some of you may have committed crimes against humanity. I hope not, but here are your notices.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Valerie?
No more comments, Mayor.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're ready for our first presentation.
We have a presentation today from the Commission on Ethics by Gina Levesky, the Intake and Compliance Manager. Welcome.
Hi,
good evening. Good evening. My name is Gina Levesque, and I am the Intake and Compliance Manager for the Palm Beach County Commission on Ethics. I'm delighted to be here today to discuss the vital role of the Commission on Ethics in fostering and enhancing the public's trust in government. The Commission on Ethics was established in 2010 following a recommendation by a grand jury in 2009 for ethics reform in local government in Palm Beach County. I've had the privilege of being part of this office since its inception, witnessing its growth and impact over the years. Our primary responsibility is to provide oversight, transparency, and accountability for over 12,000 elected officials, public employees, and advisory board members within our county. Additionally, we have limited jurisdiction over lobbyists, principals, employers of lobbyists, and vendors operating within our region. It is important to note that our commission operates independently from any county or municipal government influence. Our commission consists of 5 esteemed community members selected by independent groups, ensuring impartial and fair oversight. All county government and municipalities within our jurisdiction are subject to the ethics ordinances that we enforce. The Code of Ethics, outlined in a comprehensive 12-page document, serves as a critical framework to ensure public officials and employees conduct themselves with integrity, independence, and impartiality. The code explicitly prohibits the use of public office for personal gain, emphasizing the importance of public trust and accountability. A cornerstone of our ethics program is education and prevention. We prioritize ongoing training initiatives, provide advisory opinions, and strive to establish a culture of ethics within our government institutions. Our programs are designed to enhance public trust in government operations, demonstrating our commitment to ethical governance. Our dedicated staff offers accessible training sessions and provides advisory opinions, and have issued over 523 opinions to date. This proactive approach aims to prevent ethical lapses and ensures ethical conduct within our community. While we possess statutory authority to enforce penalties, such as letters of reprimand and fines up to $500 per violation, our primary focus remains on educating individuals under our jurisdiction to prevent violations before they occur. Reprioritize transparency by making all advisory opinions, gift forms, voting conflict forms, and complaints readily available on our website under the Databases tab. In conclusion, I want to commend each of you for your dedicated work. As you continue to fulfill your responsibilities, please remember the importance of ethical considerations. Ask first, act later. Should anyone require further information or assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. I answer the phone for our office and I answer at all hours of the day and night and on the weekends generally because it all goes to my cell phone. Does anyone have any questions?
Robert?
Yeah, we're a unique rural town that became a town with some, what the word, but the state had to overlook some density requirements to become a town. There's certain density requirements that we did not meet when we applied for our town charter.
Okay.
And they overlooked that because we are so rural. My question is on this whole 1% thing, how do you, is it possible to move forward and sit down, look at the town as a grid? You know, because we've had 3 different people, you know, with ethics violations that said it was more than 1%. You know, because we have South C Road, South C Road, C Road. You know, we have all these segments. And it's really confusing on how you actually calculate, you know, what are the 100 properties, the 100 property owners.
Well, first, the first rule is that you need to look to your town attorney and follow her advice. When she says it, then you should probably do it. Secondly, if you're going to bring something before the town that is on your road and there's one thing, you know, 5 people living on that street, and let's say 4 commissioners live on the same street or council members live on the same street. If it's put forth as a whole group of things where it affects the entire town, if you will, then you're not entering a special financial benefit. Now, I'm not an attorney, okay? But when you vote on things that affect the many rather than just a few, you have better results as far as those voting conflicts go.
And there's a situation that just occurred where you can't lump it. You've got a developer that wants a zoning change. That's it. That's one property, one address. If you've got 2 council members that have to recuse themselves, they can never get a zoning change because it takes 4 council members to vote for the zoning change. So that's kind of the conundrum that, you know, happened at the meeting earlier today. You know, you're not able to lump that. And I understand what you're saying.
Well,
We did that with the paving projects. We said, hey, you know, let's lump these so everybody can participate. So we did a good job, I think, in the last couple of years of doing that. But when it comes to a single property looking for something that requires 4 votes and 2 people have to recuse themselves, is there any latitude to come to you and get an opinion that says, hey, we understand this is a unique situation? You know?
Initially, ask your town attorney.
Yeah.
Secondly, ask us, and we will likely, you know, I don't know what opinion that they would provide, but they will also probably tell you to ask the State Commission on Ethics for guidance. You know, you can only do so much, right? But if you do it with guidance and with the assistance of the attorneys, then you're likely to come out on the better end of things rather than just doing it and asking later. That's why I say I make emphasis to ask first, right? Because if you get your advice first and then something happens, you still have that advice to rely on. And once we give you an opinion, you have that letter to rely on. And you can say, look, the commission said I can do this. If the commission says you can't, then you can't. But, you know, there's ways to do things. And between the attorneys, I'm sure that they can come up with something.
But the attorneys don't even know how you're calculating the 100 properties. It's like a moving target. You can look at many different opinions.
Okay, Robert, we're gonna move
And,
on. Does anybody else have anything?
Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to understand.
You're good, you're good. I'd like to ask when the next time you're running the 4-hour workshop that we all need to.
That is
when and where?
That is put on by the Palm Beach County League of Cities, and they do it once a year. I think it's in October,
Yeah,
I
okay,
think.
all right, okay.
And, but you need to follow your town policy that says 30 or 60 days after election. And
Yeah, we
then
all did the online thing,
every-
but we have to do for Form 6, we have to do the 4-hour one, yeah.
we don't deal with Form 6.
Okay,
We deal with the Palm Beach County Code of Ethics, and that requirement is in addition to the state requirements. Our 1 hour of training will suffice for part of the 4 hours, but the 4 hours, if it's not done at that meeting, if you do 4 hours through the state, that does not satisfy ours.
thank you.
Because
so
our
much.
code is a little bit more stringent.
Thank you. Anybody else have anything? Thank you so much for being here tonight.
You're welcome. And just on a personal note, I'd like to just mention that I get a lot of calls from this area because I'm the liaison with Loxahatchee Groves, and I get a lot of calls from the citizens. And I would just caution everyone to be kind to one another, and tone means a lot. And, you know, citizens just want information. And transparency goes a long way. Our organization strives on transparency and puts everything out there, and just, you know, be kind and gentle with one another, because the world that we live in right now needs some kindness. So just
Thank you.
thank you.
Mayor, we did receive a public comment regarding this item.
Okay,
Todd McClendon.
Todd McClendon, 3481 D Road. I had the privilege of serving as a council member here for 3 years, and you have to take a lot of ethics training. You sign a document that says you understand that training, you understand the rules, and you're going to play by the rules. There's many, many municipalities throughout the state that have less residents than we do. And somehow those council members for years have been able to go by the rules. Unfortunately, we've been incorporated for getting close to 20 years. We've had 2 council members that have corruptly misused their position according to Palm Beach County ethics. Robert Shore is unfortunately one of those. Thank you.
Case dismissed. You want me to email you the case?
Valerie?
No more comments.
No, I meant move on with item number 2.
We have a presentation today by the building department. Our building official is here, Jack Tomasic.
Great, thank you. Madam Mayor, council members, for those that don't remember me or maybe not had I didn't have a pleasure to meet you. I'm Jack Tomasic. I am serving.
You're not recording.
Yeah, so-
Sure.
Okay, I have to talk louder, I guess. Okay. So I'm serving as a building official here in town, and I'm here to talk a little bit about the numbers, on permit numbers and the process and our improvements, and hopefully get some comments and suggestions what we can do better. One of the things that I would like to do here is introduce our team here with the building department and code enforcement. Sandra Solarte is here with us. Sandra is absolute asset to the building department. She does great work permitting and helping everybody to obtain the building permits and advice. Very hard worker. We're very glad to have her here. And then I would like to introduce our new code enforcement officer, D'Angelo Campo. D'Angelo joined us a couple months ago, and he is helping Mario, to provide enforcement and mainly working on clearing up some cases, updating things, and working also on expired permits. So we can talk about that a little bit later. So going to the report, Valerie will show some numbers, although it might be hard to see. That report was included on the previous agenda. So roughly speaking, we issue quarterly about 56 building permits for a total of over $4,600,000. So There's a lot of value being built here in this beautiful town. We have performed 205 inspections and performed 101 reviews of the permits. So those reviews are done to make sure that all the plans that leave the building department are compliant with the building code. We collect the permit fees over $120,000 and a little bit over what type of permits we issue these days. Re-roofs of the winners. A lot of homeowners is re-roofing right now. As everyone knows, that is became an insurance requirement. So a lot of homeowners takes advantage of My Safe Florida, and they also re-roofing and replacing windows. So new roofs, new windows are the winners as far as the number of building permits. We also permitting quite a few solar in town. So that definitely keeps us busy. We perform roughly about 15 to 20 inspections a week. And I will be talking a little bit about the changes that we wanted to do to provide better customer service. Whatever we do, we are dedicated to help everyone to obtain the building permits and be in compliance. So that being said, I'm going to talk a little bit about what we did so far in the building department to improve the service. And before that, I'm going to just mention what the biggest projects we have going on right now is. Everyone knows the AutoZone, which is basically on the final stages right now. We have Palm Beach Orthopedic Institute. The building permit has been issued, and that's a big project that is actually going on near the town center. We have Southern Loan, which permit is currently under the review, and Hotel and Town Center, which is right now currently on the development review. So those are the biggest projects that we permitted recently or are in process of permitting. What did we improve that we are proud of? And this is definitely still work in progress. We continue to streamline the process of permitting. We have completed the process, so every permit is basically processed here in this office. They are on one central location, and all the permit applications from FTAs, land development permits, and any different type of permits and BTRs are processed in this office. So this is one central location. And what we need to improve, what we currently struggle is our software. And we were looking right now. We at the final stages of review of the software. It's called MGO, My Government Online. We went through the selection process, and we are right now at the final stages of finalizing the contract. This will completely improve the permitting process in this town. It will streamline the process. It will allow simultaneous reviews of different departments. We're going to involve the fire department as well to the review. So when the building permit application is submitted, there will be simultaneously reviewed by all the departments: zoning, engineering, and the fire department and any other agencies. So we're hoping that this will streamline the whole application process. This system we're hoping to finalize and implement. We've been told that it will take about 6 months to implement from the day that we sign the contract. We will have to clean up our old system from expired permits and voided permits and everything else that we don't want to transfer to the new system. So we're going to have a nice and clean start to have a new software operational. One other exciting thing that we're trying to implement, we struggle also with inspections. Right now, we're providing inspections in town only 3 days a week. And that is probably less than I would like to do. I would like to be able to provide inspections every day for contractors, specifically for roofers, who we had a dry season right now, but during the weather events, they struggled. So we want to make sure that we can promptly provide the inspections. And then, so that being said, we're going to be implementing video remote inspections. This is the software basically that allows contractors to transmit the live video of the jobs, and a licensed inspector is watching that and is able to determine compliance. This has been very popular lately, originated during COVID. There is one company right now that is approved by Department of Business and Professional Regulations, and I am talking to this business right now to give us a quote and see if we can implement this here. Just to briefly on the safe cost and savings, right now, one inspection in here performed costs us $100. If we switch to the video inspections, and that probably will not happen on every project, but we're definitely going to start with water heater changeouts, AC changeouts, re-roofs in a simple project, and maybe we will expand to farther. But comparing the cost of inspection, it will be $100 right now versus $27 through video inspection. So this has been utilized throughout the state and received very positive comments on that. Specifically where you can request an inspection day before, set up the time, and there's no limit. From 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., they'll be performing inspections through video, and they will be done 5 days a week. So if we can implement this here, there will be really good improvement for inspection process. That video inspection saves time. Inspections on demand means no pre-scheduling required. No rollovers, so whatever is scheduled for that day will be performed. It takes only minutes to set up, and there's no additional cost for inspections, and we can perform multiple inspections the same day. So the system is also coordinated with GPS, so whoever is on the job site, person actually performing inspection is able to confirm the location of the job and location of the permit. Other improvements that we will be implementing is in conjunction in a new software and a new inspection process. We are planning to hold the stakeholders meeting, invite contractors and anyone interested in permitting, and maybe guide them through the process. Take some advice of where we need to improve and make things better for contractors. Our goal is to have a permitting process streamlined so there's no unnecessary wait. Right now, the reviews are really fast. We're performing reviews on the building permits within a week. So if you submit for a roof or simple building permits, they pretty much being reviewed within a week. And if the building submittal is correct, then building permit gets issued. And that's going to remain as is. Some heavy commercial projects would take a bit longer. We are also going to, like I mentioned, we will implement the fire review fees so they can be done also here through the electronic submittals, so the customers don't have to drive to Jog Road or any other places, get a fire department approval, and then come back with these plans, and we have to scan them here and start the process. We're hoping that this will be also allow us to simultaneously review the plans, so the fire department is also in the loop. I've been talking to Chief Dorita and Colado, and they are on board. They basically waiting for us to give them a sign that we to get fire review included. We're waiting on the implementation of new system, because with current system this will be challenging. But when we implement a new system, we're hoping that this will be really good improvement. Lastly, what are we trying to do? And this has been process a little bit to start. We're trying to help homeowners clean up their expired permits. This is process that it's kind of unforgiving, but is very valuable to the homeowners, because pretty much eliminates the stress when the property gets sold. And you by eliminating expired permits, you can basically have no open cases, and you can legally sell the property with any difficulties. So we started this process with D'Angelo here, and we're running the reports on expired permits, and we trying to address them through the letters. So when the letter is received by the homeowner, this is basically the first initiation. It's an informational thing to let someone know that you have expired permits, and we're here to assist you in closing it. A lot of permits that are expired, can't be just closed. And unfortunately, we've been, through the Palm Beach County permit issuance and then different previous systems that we had over here, there's quite a bit to be cleaned up. So we probably will ask for forgiveness if we do something wrong, because it will happen, but we will diligently review all the permits before we send the notices that you have expired permits. So we're going to work really hard on addressing that. But it's really good service to eliminate expired permits because they just hang out there, and you don't find out about expired permits until you actually sell the property, and your title company tells you that you have 3 expired permits, and then you frantically have to do that. So again, we're going to clean them up before we send any type of notices. But again, notices is friendly, informational reminder that you have expired permits, and Sandra and myself and anyone here will guide anyone to close the permit or void it or eliminate. So, hopefully this is going to be a positive outcome. That being said, I be glad to answer any questions in, anything that I may help understand or anything that we can improve and make things better.
How much is the I'm sorry,
New software.
the software?
So software is it's inexpensive. It's based on the number of permits that we process. I don't have a number in the front of me, but it's going to be.
Is it over $25,000?
It's nowhere near is going to reach $25,000.
Okay, that was my question.
Thank you for help with the answer to the question.
Mike, can I give you more info on that?
Sure.
We currently right now have 2 separate softwares. One is called GovEasy, and we use it for
Which isn't
building.
easy.
Correct, it's not. We probably use it way more than the company uses it. I would venture to say we know how to use it better than the company does. And it's for code and building.
What
and
company? Please clarify.
Safe Built. The 2 software modules that we use are not communicating with each other. So that's why we're trying to do the linkage between building and code. Going to the new software, both of these modules communicate with each other. So we have all the same information in for all the same property. We don't have to keep repeating it. So it really cuts back on a lot of, I would say, timely or time-consuming administrative work. The other thing where we save money is we currently have a subscription for work orders with Brightly. A lot of the work orders interface, if you will, with building and code. So when we switch to this software, the pricing is still under 25,000, including Public Works, code, and building.
And BTRs.
And BTR. So it's all included in this software, less than 25. And right now, I think we pay 8 a year for Brightly, and I think it's 25 a year or something close to that for the GovEasy. So we're
So-
saving considerable money.
So is this going to be the last time we swap out our software?
I would love to say yes. And
Yeah, I would love
the-
to
the-
say
the
yes.
plan.
I don't know if Jack talked about it, but it also has a better customer interface because it was designed by another government. Did you talk about that?
No.
Well,
This is actually designed by another government.
that it
and
can be
because-
upgraded.
Yes, and because it was designed by another government, they know both sides of the equation, the side of serving the customer and the side of needing the information. And so a lot of other governments have just switched over to this, and it especially caught on in Palm Beach County. So I want to make sure you know it's 6 months away from our final sign off from our attorney, which we've gotten a sign off and it's at the company. We're 6 months away from being able to start it. So I would say it's January 1st because the company is backed up locally with clients that have switched over. So what I'm saying by that is, one, it's demonstrated that it's good because a lot of people are getting it. But what's better than that is that the Palm Beach County builders and contractors will be familiar with it. And they're not so much with the GovEasy.
Okay, so
Thank you.
My second question for you is My Safe Florida. Do we have that on our website? Is that grants or something that the residents can sign up for to find out about re-roofing, impact windows and solar is what you were saying?
Councilman, we don't have that on our website, and I think it's a great idea, and we're gonna make sure that we put that on the website. It's a program that is very valuable, and a lot of homeowners doesn't know about it. Yeah, it allows, I believe, allows about $10,000 help with the re-roof, windows, garage doors, anything that's related to impact and hurricanes. So
And I don't think they a lot of these folks in the past with the solar, like buy solar, and then they lean your house for like 30 years. So it is not that type of program.
no, it's a purely.
This is from the government.
Right.
Right.
It's done by government, and it's purely for strengthening your home for hurricanes and storms. So with doors, windows, re-roof, garage doors, pretty much the items that are exposed to the weather.
So if you could get that on the website, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
3 times a week. What about the folks waiting for COs? I talked to one today, not gonna say who, but they don't know why they can't move into their house. They're waiting for their certificate of occupancy. So if somebody's that is that close, what is the wait? Because we're trying to be a friendlier town hall.
Absolutely. So we have on our website, we have a form to request request a certificate of occupancy. If this gets submitted, it gets reviewed immediately. There are a lot of times when all the inspections are passed, and there's no life safety violations or problems in the home or commercial property, we can issue temporary certificate of occupancy, and the person can start using that. That being said, there are other agencies that have to approve. It's not only a building department. We want to make sure that all the items and conditions of the permits are addressed. Now, that not necessarily have to prevent person from moving in, because we can issue temporary certificate of occupancy per building code for 90 days. And that TCO, I call it, can be extended several times. But until the final certificate of occupancy cannot be issued until all the conditions are done. That includes conditions of FTA, land development, landscaping, and other items. So there is always going to be, if there is a holdup on CO, there's always going to be a reason why that is.
Right.
And I will do anything.
But the owner doesn't know what the reason is, so that I find that interesting.
Yeah. So
that they haven't been
So the
noticed.
quickest way right now will be to download the form from the website, a request for CO, and submit it, email it directly to Sandra, and Sandra and I will review it. And we'll do anything to prevent any hold up from person moving to the home.
Okay, and you have the code enforcement officer here, which is part of your department, correct?
It's a separate department, but we work together. So D'Angelo is here because he helps with permits, and he's been here a few months, so he's still learning.
So my question is, where are we at with cleaning up our ULDCs? Because we can't enforce what is not correct or updated or doesn't jive with our town.
That's
So
absolutely.
where are
true.
we at with that?
We're bringing elements of it forward, one topic at a time, sometimes two. Tonight, we have the RVs, which are part of the code, and we have signs, which are part of the code. And we have a whole schedule of things that are coming forward. I think the next thing that comes forward is we're bringing back Section 87 on the landscape.
Well, that's going to take 250 years to go through all our ULDCs. So where is our committees? Where are we at? Let's get these committees up and running and get some assistance.
Well, so great point. The ULDC is not something that either building or code would write. It's something that building and code would use and implement.
Right.
And later on in the agenda, we have discussion on what we want, what committees we want to set up and what we want their purpose to be. So
Okay.
that's another agenda item.
So I'm thinking that after I've heard a lot that people are very concerned about the condition of this town and what's going on with their neighbors. And so I'm starting to think at this point, and people want teeth. So maybe it's time to implement proactive code enforcement.
Well, going through the expired permits is actually proactive. And it's certainly the council's choice if we became more proactive. But a lot of our activities, unpermitted activities, never got followed up on before at this point. So we're being proactive with that. But the extent of how proactive, we would need to probably have a separate council conversation like we started at, I guess it was a meeting or two ago.
Okay, because the mayor just said we can't.
State law prohibits proactive, correct?
Well, life, health, safety.
Except for life, health, safety.
Oh,
health,
so
safety.
now that you have to sign a complaint, that took away being able to enact a proactive code enforcement in the town?
Well, so it's not a short answer. I would say. to
The attorney's
anything-
looking
Yeah,
at you. I think
thanks,
she wants
Ray.
to say something.
Happy to let you take that one over. It's not a short answer.
All right, so, okay, so you first, and then I will follow up.
Not a short answer. And like I said, with life, health, safety, we can always be proactive.
Right.
And that is the council direction. So that is really the only thing we're proactive on.
What I suggested being proactive was on enforcement, not.
That's my
on-
statement.
Not on the actual enforcement of our rules, not on the enforcement of the violation. Okay, so proactive is you go out and you find
No,
all these
proactive
violations.
is he goes
Pro-
out and he sees stuff because he's the
And
code
he can only do
enforcement
life safety. Well, he can do what he sees in the course of his job, but state law recently has prohibited having proactive code enforcement. But
I
I'll
don't
let
think
her-
our attorney agrees with
I'll
you.
let her.
So,
And I've not heard that.
Well, go ahead.
so I've looked at the legislation that's come out recently on code enforcement, and really the latest thing is that legislation that came out a couple of years ago that talks about anonymous complaints. And that's really the roadblock that the legislature has set up, that if there's an anonymous complaint, that basically code enforcement can't go out and begin their investigation based on that. But beyond that, I do think that other municipalities are still doing proactive code enforcement, and I don't think there is a legal block to that as long as the code enforcement officer is following all other rules
And the ULDC.
and procedures.
Right.
Um,
Mine was, my thing that I was bringing up just to clarify last meeting wasn't about the actual, like, in the cases I'm talking about, the violation's already been documented on the record and has been collecting fines for a period of time. The person is just basically saying, screw you to the town when the town comes. So what I was talking about was being proactive is we've got to do something besides just putting a lien on the house. We have to take the next step. We have to
Right.
decide what that step is.
That is
That's what I
once
was
it's
talking about.
already. I'm talking about
Right.
our
and that's what I'm clarifying.
ULDCs
I got you.
and going out and
Right. And I was just,
seeing there's, you know.
I was just clarifying because you were saying I brought it up and I wanted
Right,
to say
so
what
I
brought
do
up was a
believe
different
the
issue.
town can engage in proactive code enforcement. I would suggest we clean up our ULDCs and start talking about that.
Okay.
Because I heard a lot of complaints.
Okay. Thank you.
About-
Laura, you were next.
Jack, this is more of an education question, I guess. Had a resident call me, God, handful of months ago, and they said, I went to the town to, get my permit, and just for simplicity's sake, it was $100. Okay, well, the person could not do the job as owner builder, so they had to hire a company to do it. And the company charged the resident over $500 for the same permit. So my question is there a gouging statute? Is it up to the contractor to put on an arbitrary number of what they charge a resident to get a permit? How does that work?
There is no statute that I am aware of, and that might be implemented during hurricanes and special orders from the governor. But what I would advise every homeowner to call us and verify the price of the permit. And this is hopefully at some point when we get new software will be available online, so you can pull up by the address and see what permits are there and how much they cost. But you can always pick up the phone or email us directly, and we give you the price of the permit. And that will be in the hands of the homeowner to talk to their contractor and ask, why are you charging me $500 for a permit that costs $100? That's the only solution that I see at this point. And I know it happens. The bigger company have their bigger overhead and they charge additional money because they have to use permit runners to apply for the permit, and they charge them money. So there's cost in addition. Homeowner always I've seen homeowners that do their own legwork, and they will apply for the permit. They'll do the legwork, and then they hand the permit to the contractor, and he does the work. That is also an option to save. But I would strongly advise to call us and ask the price of the permit, and if it's that much difference, then I would talk to the contractor or just choose different one. It's not going to overcharge me. That's part of the customer service of the contractor that serves the owner.
Okay, thank you. Done, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, Marge, you were next.
Yes. I'd like to thank the code department for giving me a code violation on my windows that were put in. And I was chasing after the company that I had because I knew the permit had expired. They put in for an extension, from what I understand, but then they never cleared my inspection that everything was done okay. So thank you. I won't have that nightmare, at the time that I have to sell the property. So that's good to know. And also today, I needed to have a 4-point and a wind mitigation done. Had I known that you can get the drone price a lot cheaper, I negotiated a half cost because they were doing drone. So, I did save something, but had I known that it could have been even more, I would have gone after it.
Those are great points. Thank you.
Thank you, Marge. Robert?
Yes. Are you a certified code enforcement officer?
Yes,
You are, and we got 3 code enforcement officers, right?
The third one hasn't started, but everybody is part-time and he is also certified. So
Okay.
we have 3 certified,
So any one of them can go in the field.
any one of them.
Okay, cool. Yasik, on this new video system, so I'll download an app on my phone and then upload a video into that app, or?
It's actually happening live.
Oh, okay.
There's 2 options for this program. One option is that we use video and we use our inspectors. And the second option is the one that I prefer. We use the app, and the company provide the inspector on the other side of the phone and basically direct you what they need to see to assure compliance. So it's all happening live. There is some challenges on connectivity, and we're hoping that we're going to overcome that.
Yeah,
Stretch me out here.
But there is
that will be a challenge.
that it might be, and we're gonna experiment with this. I'm hoping that this will work here. It would be tremendous help to the contractors who struggle now, because I know we have a limit of so many inspections per day, and I don't want people to wait in line to get an inspection. That's completely not, we're holding up the progress of construction. So I'm trying to figure out something that is not as expensive, but will allow to continue the progress.
So there will be an alternative. If I don't have connectivity and I'm trying to get an inspection, then I would just have to schedule a physical inspection. Will that be an alternative?
Absolutely. It will be, and I jump in and do inspection anytime Sandra tells me that we have overload. I'll jump in on my lunchtime or after work or on the weekend and do inspection. So I know I've been on the other side of the counter. I hate for anyone to wait for inspection and unable to close the roof or install the drywall, whatever the progress is. There is a solution that was suggested by the vendor. The few people is doing is the Skylink. And the Skylink internet is getting more popular. It's not the cheapest version, but you can, I believe the cost of it is $600 for activation and $150 a month. So for the contractors that do a lot of work, can afford Skylink, they can have no problems in connectivity. So this was one of the solutions that they suggest for, to any type of connectivity problems with the software. Thank you.
You done? Okay, thank you so much for your hard work. It's the graphs and everything really indicate that things are getting gradually better, and that's wonderful. So I'm glad to know you're trying to implement things to make them even better. Thank you
you
for
so
your
much.
time. Okay, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'd like to move something.
From the consent agenda?
No, I'd like to, the fire and police are here. I'd like to, move them up before the consent agenda so that if they need to leave, they can.
What do you?
I don't
Well,
even.
which does- I'll make a motion to approve consent agenda.
Yeah, I'd like to pull 5 and 7 on consent.
5 and 7?
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna pull 5 and 7. We're not.
For discussion.
You know, okay,
We already moved them around.
okay.
Thank you.
So we're removing 5 and 7
Thank you all.
for discussion.
Yes.
Is everybody okay with that? Okay,
Yes,
I need a
thank
motion
you.
to approve the consent agenda with the pulling 5 and 7.
Motion to approve consent items 3, A, B, C, and D, item 4, and item 6.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We moved.
Mayor,
Yes.
I do have a public comment for item number 5,
Okay,
when you're ready.
all right. Well, you want to go ahead and read 5 into the record and then we can do the public comment and have a discussion.
Absolutely. Approval of resolution number 2024-32, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, authorizing the entry by the town into an agreement with Odom's Sod Inc. for goods and services pursuant to Village of Wellington ITB 2023-12, authorizing the mayor to execute necessary documents in forms acceptable to the town manager and the town attorney to implement the intent of this resolution, authorizing the town manager and the town attorney to take such actions as are necessary to implement this resolution and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. All right, public comment.
Virginia Standish. Well, it's number 5.
You're on that already?
Yes, ma'am.
You're back. Sorry, so your mics need work.
We just replaced them.
Virginia Standish, 15410 North Road. My question on number 5, if I'm following the agenda correctly, this is regarding your contract or work with Odom's, is that
That's
correct? Okay. My only question is, I remember Odom's was previously on Okeechobee Boulevard and was involved in a transaction selling their property. And my concern, I just want to make sure there's no code enforcement issues between the old company, which is now on Rembrandt. I understand it's a different location, but we have so many things lingering in this town. I just want to confirm that anybody you're doing business with is not in code violation or, and I bring that up only because I know they sold that property to the people on Okeechobee and I don't know if they're connected. My only concern. Thank you.
Can you respond to that?
I can. I've answered this question already.
We haven't heard it.
I know, that's why I'm gonna have a bigger answer. First of all, code enforcement goes with the property. And when the sale would have to occur, the code enforcement would have to be taken care of before the sale. Second of all, the code enforcement was not levied on Odom's or that there was a lien or anything running against Odom's. The current owners, D&D, are not related to Odom's, and D&D has been working through their code enforcement and is almost complete.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Laura?
So that was my question, because I remembered was it Odoms who had the code complaint? There was something about RVs or equipment stored on that lot. Was it cleaned up? Because we certainly can't do business with somebody who is in active code. So Francine, basically,
There's no RVs on the property to my knowledge,
And it's not Odoms.
and it's not Odoms. It's D and D.
Different location.
Yeah.
okay. That was my question.
Okay, so now we need a motion to
I got a
approve.
question, Madam. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your light, Robert. This was over here.
Richard, I assume this is your baby. So basically, we're getting Bahia. Is there anything else that we're gonna get that you could think of?
Essentially, at this time, we're getting Bahia sod to line as we reestablish the drainage swales throughout the town. We're using the Bahia to stabilize those swales so they don't just wash out.
And delivery price, I see this $200, but I read the asterisk and it looks like that was tied to MOLA. Odoms doesn't charge anything extra for delivery.
No, and the services we're actually looking at with them is to not only deliver, but also install. Because the price for them to deliver and install the pallets of sod, like for example, for 161st, when we finish the swales, just the west swale is going to require 600 pallets of sod, which would take our crews forever to install, where we pay them a flat fee and for the sod plus installation, and then they handle all of it.
And there's typically 500 square feet in a pallet.
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that delivery fee of $200, that has nothing to do with Odoms on page 109 on the right-hand side.
I do not believe they charge us a delivery fee depending, I think it's the delivery fee is based on, like, if you're ordering a single pallet of sod and that is it. When we order, we're ordering it for an entire area, so it's going to be a truckload. So I do not believe that fee would be applicable, but I'll check.
Because I was looking, and MOLA's about 2/3 the cost at 27 cents versus 36, and 27 versus 38, but it seems like that delivery price kind of threw them maybe over the edge. And they had no bid on the preparation and the delivered and installed. So this is an all or nothing. You can't pick the best of both worlds.
No.
Okay.
It's just like
For my guy
Just-
the guy install it.
yeah, it's just like the paving thing. We can't like pick and choose.
Thank you, Rich.
Robert, okay, I need a motion to approve resolution 2024.
To approve resolution 2024-32.
Did you get that? Which one?
Who was pick one?
Pick one,
Yeah.
either Marge or Phyllis. They
Well,
both-
do Marge on this one because she can't talk about the next one.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes 5-0. Now number 7, Laura, you want to read it for us, please, Val?
Yes, ma'am. Approval on resolution number 2024-35, a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, accepting easements, providing an effective date.
Okay, I believe Laura's the one who wanted this pulled, so I'm gonna let, but I'm gonna let her say why she wanted it pulled, and then I'll let you speak.
Thank you. Much appreciated. I'm scratching my head here, and I guess it's because I just don't understand. The proposed easements will generally encompass the western 25 feet of A road properties and the southern 25 feet of collecting canal. So what happens if the resident doesn't want to do 25, or if there wasn't 25 in their easement, or they have an easement that says 10 and they're okay with 10, but not 15?
It's my understanding of the negotiations that one of the residents has had with all the residents in that area that they're all amenable to 25 feet.
So that's just kind of a verbal, yeah, okay.
Yes, until we actually go and pursue the easements. What this is for is to pre-approve us to get the easements, so we don't have to bring them back all separately as separate items when we do get them all signed.
And there was a resident on the street that was organizing it.
Yeah,
Everybody
the
was separate.
established
Yeah,
dubbed road captain,
Yeah.
yes.
yeah.
Um,
The Bearcat.
What happens if somebody doesn't want to give up an easement?
Welcome to B Road.
Just asking.
It depends on exactly where it is, what effect it would have on the potential project.
You're not recording.
Hello.
Yes.
No.
The A Road is an area in which we need the easements so that we have some drainage capability. Because right now we're maintaining that area and we could rely on the statute potentially. But we want to move forward with this. Y'all wanted to move forward with that as quickly as possible, and the easements will allow us to do that, and also give us sufficient room to develop that road. Because right now, I believe Richard has indicated to me that the edge of the canal is pretty close to the edge of their property. So almost all that roadway lies within their property currently. So if you're going to pave 18 or 20 feet, it really helps to have another 5 feet for the drainage because we don't have any other area for it.
But it says 25 feet for the easement.
Yeah, the easement is 25 feet. That's going to encompass the area that is to be paved. And basically in this, on A Road, it goes, their property goes right up to that canal.
The way I'm reading this is 20-foot road and 25-foot easement. Okay.
It's 25 feet for the entire
endeavor.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Phyllis?
I have a question for the attorney. A Road, Marge lives on A Road, so does she need to recuse herself for this vote?
That's a good question. To the extent there's any doubt about it, you're always better situated if you go with the route of recusing as opposed to voting if there's a potential conflict. We can talk about similar situations in the future though, so that if the same issue comes up again, we're able to give a firm answer.
Well, I think that's why it was in the consent, so we could all vote on it.
Understood? I'm
But
gonna stick with what I said.
Yeah, probably a good idea for you.
Well, you can also, you have the ability to recuse yourself from a particular aspect of the consent agenda. You just have.
Marge, you might want to
recuse
give
yourself
this some
from
thought
everything.
because this is how I ended up with an ethics case by people being spiteful and vindictive. Oh my God.
You got busted by ethics.
Ladies,
Stop making stuff up.
I refuse to be dealt with by that. I'm sharing fact. So you need to put a suck in it. Just friendly advice, Marge.
well, stop. Just stop.
Mayor, prior to taking a vote, we did receive a public comment.
Okay, great. Can we have that, please?
Yes.
You. Oh, we'll love it.
Suchi.
Oh, well.
Cassie Suchi. I've said this a couple times at different meetings about your easement language with the kitchen sink language in it. And the Florida State Statute 95361. Are these people being told that any portion of that easement used for a roadway, if they are, that's fine, because I already have 3 people that did not. That as long as they're being given the material facts before they sign over their property, that's one thing. To avoid a confusion and any confusion that could come from future litigation, that fraud may have occurred. And I'm just prepping you all because I prepped you for 2 years with the B Road debacle and nobody listened to me for 2 years. I would suggest you go back and contact these people and redo the easement paperwork like you did with Manish and give them 2 separate paperworks. what's used for the road. I think he was very happy. If you asked Mr. Kurtz, he turned over what they needed for the road. And then he was very happy to know that the easement portion for the drainage would not title deed to the town. So he signed over, if I believe, part for the drainage. But this is very confusing. And if they're not understanding it, it may create a legal quagmire for our town in the future. So to make it easy, instead of adopting the kitchen sink, we've already set precedents on E-Road. Just separate the documents. Go in and say, Mr. Smith, yes, we need 2 feet for the road. This would be the roadway easement. And then the road will be 18 feet and we're going to pave it. We'd like an additional 10 feet for just drainage. It will always be drainage because there's no Florida statute that will come into effect. And I think you might find, just from my talkings with the people in the town, people more receptive to that than giving this, and then they find out later that something happens and they weren't notified. So I just, my thought, please
Can I
just separate
let-
it. So,
We have changed our policy, so can I let
okay,
Jeff just
it would
address
just make
that
it
with
easy.
you?
I just want to make sure because I was nervous when I saw it all together again.
And I have a question also.
Okay. With respect to what we're doing today is to get pre-approval for that 25-foot area on both roadway, what you think of as the roadways. What we have not done yet is go out and actually contact these individual people. We have been in touch with Mr. Barkart and other people who have come to us to say, yes, we're getting these prepared and they're going to be ready. We have, as we've indicated, a checklist that we are working on. One of the things in the checklist is that absolutely should someone desire to have their easement split in that way, we will do so. There is, in my view, a matter of convenience for the town and the folks if they only need to execute one document rather than two. But if anybody has a concern, we will talk to them, advise them of that possibility. We will talk to them about the effects of 95-361 versus the easement and how the easement would be the document that we would rely on if we had an easement, because it's much easier to go in with an agreement. I think I've told you all before that 95-361, the statute is really a defensive mechanism as far as the town is concerned, because it's written that way under the Florida state statutes. There's an acknowledgement that sometimes towns and counties will have either put in a road or maintained a road without having clear title to do so. And what it says is after a certain period of time, then that is deemed to be right of way that is deeded to the town. If you have a piece of paper that clearly says, here's the easement, and it's signed by the owner or a predecessor in title, that's what you're going to rely on. You're not going to say, oh, I've got a statute out here that allows me to do this. You're going to say, here is the easement document. And so that's the way those things would work. We do give full explanations to people of what the intended use of the easement is. And if they have a concern and want to differentiate between components of the easement, be it utilities, drainage, or roadway, we will certainly work with them to accomplish that.
Mayor?
Yes.
We had an initial meeting with a group of A-Road residents. We will do another group meeting with the residents here to make sure everyone understands. But also, if you go to the last page of your agenda, you have a draft easement checklist that is at our attorney's office for final review to make sure that we are consistent with, the law. And a couple of things that Mr. Kurtz pointed out. Number 4 is at the property owner's request, the roadway and drainage easements can be split into separate easement documents. There are a number of items. I'm not going to read them, but I'm going to also say number 11 says if an easement has been granted to the town for roadway drainage and or utility purposes, the town would assert its rights under the easement before relying on any rights they may have under section 95.361 FS. One other thing, the recommendations made by Mr. Sood when he was making comments on it have been incorporated into the checklist. I think he gave us 4 or 5 items, and they are listed there for each person to initial relative to the scope and the purpose and what's happening to their property and their hedges and fences and so on and so forth. So it's got room for everybody to sign and still opportunity for everybody to have input on where it needs to be more clear. So, because it hasn't been finalized yet. So if you do look it over and have comments, just send them our way.
Thank you, Jeff, for doing that for me. I know you didn't really want to, but thank you.
Well, that's really nice of you to do that. 'Cause he didn't.
It's still a draft document, and I really respectfully suggest that it remain a staff document, and so that we don't.
But I like the 2 signatures. And so does
There will be,
Francis.
there's going to be a signature on acknowledgement, no question about
All
that.
right. Thank you. Phyllis?
So the title of this is consideration of resolution approving easements related to paving A Road and collecting canal from A Road to B Road. Shouldn't we have the easements first?
That's
This
what
is
we're,
for
that's what
getting
we're going to do. This is going to we're going to bring back the easements. You all have not, we're going to get the easements before we begin the project. What we have talked about is that in the 25 CIP plan, A Road South and collecting canal from A to B is a project that we're going to recommend. It will not happen until you all approve it as part of the CIP and we go out to bid on it. Based on previous conversations, we're anticipating that that is going to happen. And so we are collecting the easements so that when we go out to bid in that September timeframe, we will be in a position to make an award and everything to move forward quickly in that October time period when you'd be awarding a bid.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So before we vote, let the record show, Valerie, that Marge is recusing herself. I have the recusal document here.
I'll get it that way.
Airplane to you.
We'll get it that way.
Slide it that way. Okay, can I have a motion to approve? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your light, Robert. Yeah, I guess so.
Jeff, does this resolution give you latitude to do partial road, partial drainage if somebody insists on that? When I
Yes.
read it, it doesn't.
Yeah, there's language in there about it being subject that the town manager and the town attorney have the ability to make modifications so long as those modifications do not cost the town any money. If it's a situation in which we would have to pay for something, that particular easement would have to be brought back to you all for approval. But assuming there's no monetary differences, those kind of changes we can make, including if it, and I don't want, there have been circumstances in other areas of town where we had initially maybe wanted a 20-foot easement, and when we took a look at a particular property, we were able to accommodate our needs by having a 17-foot easement or so. And so we were able to do that under a similar resolution. So it's not necessarily, we can make some of those adjustments. I'm hesitant on that because my understanding from discussions with Richard is that pretty much on this particular road, we need every bit of 25 feet, and what had been requested and what we had actually gotten from some people was a 30-foot easement, but we're going to come back to them and say 25 is all we need.
Okay. But if there is some kind of change, you could just bring that particular
We
easement
could
to
make
us for
it-
approval.
Yes, if
Okay.
necessary,
Thank
but there is flexibility within that resolution to allow us to make those kind of modifications as a staff with the manager and the town attorney's review.
You done?
Yes.
Did I miss anybody else? Laura, you're not back on over there? Can't see. Okay, I need a motion to approve resolution 2024-35.
Motion to approve 2024-35.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None opposed? Okay, moving on to the regular agenda. We're moving item 11 up. Valerie, could you please read it 5-0? No.
4-0.
4-0. Oh, 4-0?
4-0.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot about Marge recusing herself. I'm sorry.
Okay, item 11, consideration of ordinance number 2024-05 on second reading, an ordinance of the town council of the town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, providing that in the event there is no contract for law enforcement services in effect between the town and the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, PBSO, or an adjoining municipality, the law enforcement services in the town will be the standard law enforcement services provided by the PBSO, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. Mayor, this is an item for second reading, so we will need to open up as a public hearing.
Okay. So shall we open as a public hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Phyllis, do you have a comment?
No, it's going to make a motion.
Okay, well, the lights for comments and then I'll ask for a motion. Robert, comment?
Yeah, same comment as before. I see there was a little bit of language tweaking in section 2, but it just references standard PBSO service. It doesn't reference services that the residents are accustomed to. And that was something that I thought should be included in that. Thank you.
Okay, Marge?
Yeah, the only thing I see is that in the actual resolution or the ordinance, the whereas section 11, number 2, somebody stuttered. They have that. So remove that before it's sent to us to sign.
Okay, Laura, nothing? Nothing. Okay, Phyllis, would you like to make a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion.
Mayor, just for the record, I want to announce that we do not have public comments for this item.
Oh, sorry, I
That's
forgot
okay.
to ask you. I didn't see any cards, so I forgot to ask, but thank you for the record. Go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-05 on second reading with the corrections.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
All right.
Opposed.
Okay, passes 3-2. Okay, moving on to item 11. Item 8, I'm so sorry. Item 8. Valerie, can you read it, please?
Mayor, who were the two that opposed?
Mr. Shore and Ms. Danowski.
Okay, thank you. No, we're just. Okay, item number 8, approval of resolution number 2024-34, a resolution of the town council of the town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, authorizing the 17th addendum to the law enforcement service agreement between the town and Sheriff L. Bradshaw and providing an effective date.
Okay, any public comment on this one?
Nope.
Yes, we have
Hang on
a
a second. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I don't. I was on it.
Todd McClendon.
Todd? You certainly may make a comment, but give me a minute.
Todd McClendon, 3041 D Road. First, I'd like to say that the vast majority of the men and women of PBSO do a fantastic job and they truly care about our community. With that said, the bosses at the top, I question their moral and their legal ethics that they intimidate the town with. I've sat in your exact position years ago and I've dealt with the people that the boss has sent here to deal with this contract. The previous mayor used the term extortion, and I believe that's an accurate term when it comes to this contract from the top of PBSO. I've traveled around this world to many countries, including the Middle East, and I've never been as afraid for my life and my personal safety until we were approving this contract because of the intimidation from the people that the top sent here for this contract. Let's not forget, we've had people killed in our town from PBSO and evidence lost. Those people are dead. And it's very concerning when you're dealing with somebody who's supposed to serve and protect, and you're concerned about your safety because of those people. At the end of this extension, we'll be paying nearly $700,000 for this premier service. South Bay has more employees in their contract, but they pay less than half of our contract. Pahokee has 12 employees compared to our 5 people, and they pay less than our contract. I ask for you tonight to vote for what is right, not for what you fear. Thank you.
Okay, Robert.
Yeah, thank you for negotiating this down. Initially, it was supposed to be a 4%.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Robert. I'm so sorry.
What's that?
There's another public comment.
Yes,
Sorry.
Marion Miles.
Good evening, Council. Marianne Miles, you all know where I live. And if other people don't, they can look it up. This issue with the contracts has come up for a long time. And the people that aren't here are the ones that are affected, not the few that are in the audience. And the amount of calls that the sheriff's department gets and responds to, and the amount of times that council or staff has directed them to watch speeders on Okeechobee and do this and do that, instead of allowing them to do their job, which they're highly more qualified to do than any of us, and I sat up there with you guys. Let them do their job. If a contract has to be negotiated now, I'll be honest, I didn't look at the figures. So I don't know what they are. But I think it was a 4% raise. We didn't have a raise. They didn't ask for one last year, and I believe, or the year before. So I think it's warranted. They do a job. They do it to serve the residents of Loxahatchee Groves. When somebody has a problem, they don't call town staff if they have to have a sheriff come out. I've been out here for a long, long time. There were times when we waited a long time and didn't have a contract because we didn't have somebody floating around in Loxahatchee Groves. And I shouldn't say the word float, but they go throughout our town. We don't have to wait for somebody to come on the outskirts of town, for somebody to come all the way from Westlake area, because now our cutoff is cut off. And it takes them a lot longer to get around. Whether they're going to come from Wellington to serve us, let them serve us. Approve the contract tonight and stop this nonsense. Thank you.
Any other public comments, Valerie?
No, Mayor.
Okay, now Robert, I'm sorry. Good.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, initially they came out of the box with 4%, and then this is 1% this year, then 2% in the next 2 years. So I think it's a great deal, especially considering it's an election year. We could have a new sheriff come, and that new sheriff could look at our contract and say, whoa, you're really underpaying for the services that we provide. So we could have a massive increase next year, and vice versa. It could be 0. But I think this is a really good 3-year deal at 1%, 2%, and 2% increase. We do pay extra because we have them in our town 24/7. And I think if you look nationwide, this is probably one of the top 3 or 4 police forces in the country when you look at their resources. And our residents are used to that immediate response when they call, and it's, I think we should approve this contract. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so I would like to disclose what happened in my meetings with the sheriff's representatives. I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Francine, that I was the first one to meet along with Francine and our attorney Glenn Torsivia with 3 representatives of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
That's correct.
And I want to disclose this because I'm sitting here right now and I literally haven't been able to sleep since I knew this was going to come up on the agenda. I'm struggling really hard with this. I feel very strongly, well, I know, I don't know for a fact, but I feel very strongly that I'm the swing vote here. I feel very strongly that 2 of the people sitting on the dais with me are going to vote yes, and 2 of them are going to vote no. So that leaves it up to me. And I have lost sleep over this. So I'd like to disclose what happened in my meeting. First of all, it was extremely hostile. And unpleasant. And that went on for several minutes. And it was very intimidating, and unpleasant. And then, both Francine and myself, I can't remember which one of us first, basically let it be known that we felt that the tone was very hostile. And it did settle down a little bit after that. But the crux of the situation is that myself, and I know many other people in the town, feel that the sheriff's contract we have is double taxation. We're already paying taxes through the county for this type of service and for PBSO services, and that by having to pay them again as a municipality, we're being taxed doubly for its services. Now, there's this argument that it's enhanced services. Okay, that remains to be seen, and I'm not besmirching the service that we're getting at all. And I am rambling a little bit here, but I like I said, I'm really struggling with this. I asked in my meeting, I explained that we simply can't afford this, that we simply, with the size budget we have and the size tax base we have in our town, we just can't afford this contract. And I asked if there was any room for doing, something like a la carte, a partial contract, partial services. And I was told point blank that that doesn't happen in Palm Beach County. Subsequently, in my research, because again, I've been struggling with this and doing a lot of research and soul searching, I found out that in fact, a contract like that does exist with the town of Haverhill, which, while not similar in geographic area to us, we are larger in geographic area, is very similar in population, and they pay $180,000 a year as opposed to, and again, do a partial services contract as opposed to our 660. So I was a little disheartened when I found that because I feel like I was lied to. But secondly, I felt like, gosh, if they really care about us, like they say they do, they will provide some kind of service like that to smaller communities like that, us. But that being said, I do appreciate the law enforcement services we get, and I do believe that they really do have a commitment to our community and that they are doing a good job in our community. So, I also think, because of the hostility at the beginning of the meeting, that if we choose not to renew this contract, that there will be consequences. And I think that the consequences will be pretty far reaching. So I just wanted to get all that on the record and let everybody know what happened during my meeting. And we also did in that meeting, Mr. Torsivia, as I said, was there, our town attorney, and he was able to begin the negotiation process. The representatives of the sheriff's office tried to negotiate with me, and I did inform them that I'm not a strong mayor and I'm not allowed to negotiate with them. And so they proceeded to start negotiations with our attorney, who then continued the negotiations and was able to bring them down from 4% this year to the 1%, 2%, 2%. In an effort to try to save us from some of this pain each year of going through this process. So I don't know if anybody else wants to share what happened in their meeting or to follow up on that, but I did want to publicly disclose everything that went into my thought process, because I have received a tremendous amount of pressure from both myself and from a lot of people in the community about this vote. And like I said, I have a really horrible feeling I'm going to be the swing vote. So anyhow, Phyllis, go ahead.
So my meeting wasn't quite so hostile because
there was one of those guys were missing. However, I did invite him. We need grants in this town. We don't have a big tax base, and so we need grants. And basically, I was told that with approving this contract, that would make the sheriff happy and that he would support us in our future grant funding. So this town is extremely important to me. And it needs money, it needs grants, and I appreciate the letter that I'm hoping we do get from the sheriff when we do apply for grants, stating that he's in, he feels that at this point we're doing a good job with our town and we're moving in a positive direction. So I think we need those letters from the sheriff to go with our grants, whether we get federal grants, state grants, or county grants. So that's what's important to me.
Thank you.
Right. I did not meet with the entourage because of personal issues that I had to deal with, but I did have like a half-hour discussion with Captain Turner. So it was very informative, the input that he gave as to why the increase needed to be what was recommended. But I too know that our town needs to have more funding coming in order for us to take care of the infrastructure that has been lacking for so many years. I mean, we've been a town for 20 years, but we just celebrated 100th anniversary a few years ago of the water control district. So, when you look at what we were when we became a town and what has happened since then, we've made some progress, but there's really a lot of things left to do and to correct. So, going with the original proposal would not be good for us. Thank you.
Robert, is your light back on again?
Yeah, thank you. And we've got $750,000 pretty much sitting on the governor's desk right now.
Right.
So I think, if we did approve this and we did get it may not help it, but I would fear that if we didn't, it might hurt it.
Correct.
So.
Get a letter
Yeah.
from the sheriff.
Something positive, definitely would help it, because something negative would do the
Well,
opposite.
I don't know that we can ask for a tit for tat, but I would implore you, I see you sitting out there and you are one of the representatives, one of the higher up representatives of the sheriff's office. So I would ask you, first of all, to strongly consider, I know that I got a hard no, but I understand that the situation in Haverhill is something that's been going on since 1950, but it is something that shows a real caring for a small community that can afford that. And, we've told you, we just can't afford this, but we're going to do it, it looks like, but we're going to take the vote right now. But it's really not something that a community of our size can do. I mean, I don't know whether you guys can consider more of a metro kind of situation like the fire department does. I mean, I realize that's asking a lot. That probably requires a whole restructuring of the sheriff's department. I'm probably wishing for the moon here and not going to get that. But if there's some way that you guys could look into in the future, being able to provide services for really small, low population communities like ours that want your services and want the enhanced services and appreciate those services, but struggle financially without this being a contentious situation. It was, it was very unpleasant. It wound up pleasant, but it was very unpleasant for me at the beginning. And I think you know that you were there. Anybody else have anything to take a
I'm
vote?
going to make a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to make a motion to approve ordinance 2024-03 for the second reading.
Second.
Wait a minute, what are you doing? You're doing the wrong one. It's 2024-34.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wrong motion.
Make a motion to approve 2024-34.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Phyllis, seconded by Marge. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 5-0. Lost all that sleep for nothing. Okay. All right, moving on to item number 9. Moving on to item number 9.
I guess public comment. Okay.
We're
We're gonna get that letter. Thank you.
Thank
We do
you.
routinely write letters of support for grants or things that have a public safety nexus. Obviously, I think that one's for roadways. We'll definitely we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. All right, public hearing again for item number 9. Valerie, could you please read it for us?
Consideration of ordinance number 2024-03 on second reading. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, amending Chapter 2 Administration, Article 2 Town Council to reorganize its provisions to provide for adoption by resolution of supplemental rules of procedure, decorum, and order for meetings of the Town Council and town boards, and to replace references to citizen requests with references to public comments, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Okay, any public comment on this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, any discussion? Phyllis?
Yes.
Okay, Phyllis, go ahead.
I want to pull this, send it back to the drawing board because we need teeth in our ethics, ordinance and policy and procedures in this town. Obviously, since this was written, a lot's gone on. And the attorney that wrote this actually sat with several of our council members for hours each week over years, and they still ended up in trouble. So I have no confidence in this any longer. I would like to send it back and have another attorney review and maybe have another attorney review this policy.
Is there something in particular that you have an
All of
objection
it,
to?
just all of it. I don't think it has any teeth. I don't think it addresses anything, and I don't think it does anything. So,
Well,
I have no confidence in this ordinance.
Well, I'm having a little bit of trouble with, like, if I was staff right now, I don't understand.
had
what-
this
I don't
discussion
understand what
with staff.
direction you're giving is what I'm saying.
I want to send it back to the drawing board and we need to revamp it. And maybe even go over it with ethics to find out where they feel we may need some more teeth in it. Because there is nothing we could do from the dais basically regarding council behavior. Other than you smacking the gavel and maybe taking 5 minutes off and.
I believe that was removed on purpose.
Well-
Okay, you're done?
Yes, thank you.
Robert,
Yeah, I got no comments on it. I'll motion to approve.
your
it.
lights on.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm ready to make a motion to approve it. I had no.
Okay, any of Laura, anything to say? Marge, anything to say? Nope. Okey dokey. Francine, did you have your hand up as if you wanted to respond?
I did want to say one thing.
Okay, please.
And that is that we can do stronger ethics requirements in separate area of our code of ordinances than in this one.
But this is for the dais, right?
Well, this is actually administrative rules for the dais.
Right.
But we can strengthen, if you wish for us to look separately at what we have currently adopted as our ethics rules.
I would appreciate for this to come back one time.
I mean, I didn't want to not share it, as I did share that with Councilmember Manelia when she expressed concern.
Okay, somebody want to make a motion to approve?
Yeah, make a motion to approve ordinance number 2024-03.
Second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Passes 4-1. Okay. On to number 11. No, 11 was done. That's right.
10.
And then number 12.
10.
You didn't even get to
Number
skip
10.
one.
Number 10.
Number 10.
No, 10. Did I skip 10?
Yes.
Oh, shoot. Okay, go ahead, Val. Thank you.
Consideration of ordinance number 2024-06 on second reading. An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, adopting Chapter 2 Administration, Article 7 Town Advisory Boards to provide for applicability, composition, quorum, eligibility, qualifications, appointment terms, removal, vacancies, officers, compensation, and procedures regarding town advisory boards, reorganization, and revisions to Chapter 34 Planning and Development to ensure compliance with new Town Advisory Board article and for other purposes, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Okay, any discussion?
See.
Look at a public comment? No, there's nobody here. So. No. Okay, go ahead, Laura.
Just people here.
What is this form in the back, business impact estimate?
Had the same question. I like it.
I guess I can take this one. So basically, last year, the legislature passed a law that says that certain types of ordinances have to come with a document called a business impact estimate. There are some exceptions to that, and some additional changes that are coming effective October 1st. But this is basically a standard form that you're going to see in association with most ordinances coming forward.
It was just with the ordinance we just passed. The one prior.
Yes, Mayor. So all the ordinances, I'm sorry, Councilmember Danowski, all the ordinances that came before you on second reading will now have that business impact statement. Just so you all know that it is posted on the town's our board outside along with the legal advertisement. All ordinances on second reading were advertised legally through the Palm Beach Post on May 26th.
Thank you.
Laura,
are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Phyllis?
Yeah, I would like to, this is all the advisory boards, correct?
Correct.
All right, I don't think one person should sit on 2 committees. I'm very against it. I'm hearing that Ms. El Rami is sitting on P&Z and on FAAC. Is that correct?
That
I
is
think
correct.
there's plenty of people that want to serve in this town. And I have a huge problem with one person sitting on 2 committees, especially those committees. Those are just, they're just not advisory. Planning and zoning is a board that votes, and FAAC, is our finance. So I would like to strike that or add that, the same person cannot sit on 2 committees. Do I have any?
Does anybody support that?
I support that with the exception of ad hoc committees. You can.
Okay, I'm
sit
fine
on-
with that.
Yeah, like the charter review.
Yep.
the Agritourism, but yeah, no, I support that. That doesn't
Thank you.
make sense that you sit.
I will voluntarily reappoint my FAAC person, so.
And where's the wording at to?
Yeah,
We would
where
need
do
to,
we
we
make
need
the
to add that
adjustment?
wording in here. Well, wherever the lawyer says it needs to go, but we need to add
Can
wording
we-
in here that says that they can't serve on 2 committees, but can serve on a regular standing committee and an ad hoc committee. Robert, did you have something else you wanted to add, or is your light on, or?
Yeah, yeah, on page 177, the discussion on the code enforcement. I don't think that should be in there. B, or not have an unresolved finding of violation.
What number?
That's at the bottom of page 177.
Okay.
I just think, in my opinion, there's, certain circumstances where people could end up in code and still be great people on committees. Similar to C, which is not being active litigation opposing the town. I mean, we had some great people on B Road North, in active litigation. But does that mean that they're still not great public servants on their committees?
That wasn't what this was intended for, was for people who are not trying to resolve it. We actually have two appointees right now who are in active code violation, but because they have demonstrated that we clarified this last time, but because they are demonstrating to the town a willingness to work with the town to resolve it, they are allowed to sit on the committees. We established this at the last
Well, I
meeting.
know we discussed, but I'm not sure if you read this, it says that.
Yeah, well, perhaps you could add stronger language to say as long as they are actively resolving it. Okay.
And. oh,
I'm
I
sorry,
think
Laura's
Laura
turn
had
next.
her-
Yeah.
Because we talked about the
Hold on,
town
Robert's not
manager
done.
being
And
the one that follows that, you know, are they actually doing, are they thumbing their nose at the town?
Right.
And I understand that, but the wording doesn't say that. It was, when I read this wording, in my opinion, it doesn't say that. It just says, if you have an unresolved finding or lien at a magistrate or a business entity, and we're more than 5%, then you cannot serve.
so I believe the town manager doesn't want to be, well, shouldn't be put in that positions, but the staff would advise us. We're actually the ones in that position of making the decision of whether they're resolved or not. But who we go to ask that question would be anyone on staff that is involved in that. It could be the code enforcement officer, it could be the town manager. But for her to be the one who adjudicates that is an uncomfortable and probably unwarranted position for her to be in. And that's why they
Okay.
didn't want that language to be in there. So it's basically for us to decide
Well,
after consulting with them,
Yeah.
is this person in active code violation? Is this person working with you, Mario, whoever else they need to work with to do it? And then we make a decision about the individual people as they come up.
then how do you word that? in-
I don't know, it's her job.
As it says, members must meet the following minimum requirements.
That's her job.
There's no latitude in this language, is what I'm saying.
I would make a recommendation that you make it as black and white as possible. Not have an open code enforcement case, or active could mean a whole range of things. I think it's better to say to not have a finding of violation, or not to be have an order assessing fines, something of that kind of.
Order assessing fines would mean that there's been some level of not compliance.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Yeah, and I think
That would
that
be
is better language,
Yeah.
because you're farther along the process.
Yeah,
You've been in front of the magistrate, they've given you time extensions. You didn't do what you said you would do, so now they do a fine assessment
Right.
hearing. So I could see that.
And see, I'm not remembering it all that way. But to go back to the original light on, I believe it says in our charter, you are not allowed to sit on two committees except the Charter Review Committee.
it does not.
It does not. All right.
Doesn't.
And then as far as this being in code violation, I remembered it as appointees come on clean, and if during their tenure, they obtain whatever code violation, but are in the process of working it out, then they're fine.
I think
But they
that's
can't
what I-
be put on in pending. They can be put on when they're done. That's how I remember it.
I think I
So-
remember that.
I believe it's both of those things, that whether they're in it when you appoint them, and whether and it left it open for whether they come on, they violate while they're on there. Correct?
That's what she just said. That's what Laura said.
I
No.
believe the conversation was mostly with respect to people being on the committee, because we had people on committees that were in violation. So do they get removed from the committee? And I also think there was separate conversation about people being vetted for the committees against the requirements in here, which is where I'm uncomfortable with the vetting. I'm perfectly fine to say where somebody's violation is in progress. Like I told some of you about some of the appointees that had violations right at this moment. We're in a resolved situation. We have affidavits of compliance, or we have other folks waiting eagerly for their bona fide ag exemption. So right now, I don't feel uncomfortable, but I can tell you, based on the cases that we have been dealing with the last couple of years, I'd be very uncomfortable and the staff would too, going beyond providing you a detailed status of where the case is at. You know, that's really, really where I'm at because I don't want to have any kind of equity issue with anyone.
And how do we get that information coming up if the
So-
person's already on and then they go into violation once they've been appointed?
Then,
And how do
then
we
that
know
would
that?
be our responsibility to
To let
tell
us
you.
know.
So I would say the clerk's office
So
and
tell
code.
the individual
work
who
together.
appointed them?
Yeah, tell the person who appointed them, just like
Is now in
we
violation.
had somebody one time, well, we've had different people that had, you know, certain issues with their committees and stuff, and we've told the appointees, you know, we had problems getting quorums with certain members and that type of thing, and we reported that to the appointees, so I think that a code enforcement would be the same kind of thing. We can report it to the appointer if that works for you, and then you can decide. You know, maybe you're gonna give them a couple meetings to get the code resolved. And if, you know, it goes to violation, bye-bye.
So are we as council now on the slippery slope of using code violation or being involved in code cases or kind of
ya.
knocking at that door?
I hear you.
Because we are supposed to be verboten from that.
Yeah, that's true.
We are.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head with the fine assessment.
Yeah.
That is the trigger point.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's let Phil speak because her light was on and then I agree.
So first of all, anybody on planning and zoning should not be in code. Okay. Second of all, this is lead by example. Okay. These are our future leaders of our town because that's where you start in these committees. Okay. Keep your nose clean. Go get permits. Okay. If somebody turns you in and it's an unjust code enforcement, I've done that. I'm always constantly under attack. It started 12 years ago. I had code enforcement complaints that ended up being nothing but somebody wanting to be malice against me. Is that the correct word?
Sure.
So this is lead by examples. These are our future leaders. So if you're in code enforcement, clear it up and get onto the committee the next year. But you guys act like everybody in this town is in code enforcement. We have a lot of folks in this town that would love to serve that are not in code enforcement. So go out, and talk to the people. There's plenty of them out there. They want to serve. So future leaders. I don't know why you guys are being so lenient because then guess what? Then you got the ethics thing again coming back, which you don't want to strengthen. So this is where corruption starts.
I'm sorry, I just need to weigh in. Marge got a code enforcement violation. I didn't even know about it till she told me about it because it was so routine.
It was a
Okay.
window permit.
Correct, but that's still a code violation. So when you're
So under
talking
the way
about
of reading,
something like this, you have to be, as our attorney said, extremely clear. Because I've had a code violation for the same thing Marge did. My contractor didn't close out a permit.
But she didn't have it or she wasn't aware when everybody voted on her. How old was your oh, you just had the windows.
I just
put
had
in.
the windows done.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You're a leader. Okay, yes, you have your windows done and then you don't realize your vendor has not followed through. And by the way, that happens all the time.
Right.
So you need to make sure you get a final right that your permits are written off.
It's
So
rare that I would ever
I
wanna,
don't understand why you guys want to be lenient.
it's
Well,
rare that I would
had
ever
the
get
permit
involved in
packet,
this.
Which gave me full approval from the inspectors, but
Right.
somehow or another, it never got filed.
Right.
Robert? I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I think the wording that we talked about is not have a finding a violation that has had fines or liens assessed by the magistrate? Because anything before that.
No, now we're getting
All
personal.
right,
Anything before that could be just vindictive code
Yeah.
enforcement. I agree with you. I mean, that's, or not necessarily vindictive. It could also just be erroneous code
Yeah.
enforcement like
And that-
happened to Marge. And people do have a right to clear that up.
And you have the building department or the code enforcement guy come to your house, and there you go, it's done. So,
Well, some of these
So-
take a lot of time. You know, it could be.
Not if it's
floodplain,
bogus.
It could be a building, you bought the property and then, you know, a building all of a sudden gets flagged for no permit. And you either got
the
to.
building never had a permit, it was a metal building, do you really want to go there, Robert? Stop talking about yourself.
Okay, let's stop with the personal attack.
Yeah, Madam Chair, is it possible that you could, you know, keep her in check?
I just said, let's stop with the personal attacks. Let's stop with the personal attacks. You don't make one back just because somebody does that. I'm not in kindergarten here, okay? Let it go.
Mayor, I did receive a public comment
Okay.
when you're
go ahead.
ready.
And the other item was not being active litigation opposing the town. I think that should strike. I mean, that
No,
could happen in a myriad of circumstances, you know, an accident with a.
So it looks like this needs to go back.
Thank you.
Okay. The language needs to be changed to whatever you guys come up with that, does everybody agree that it needs to go back? We need to change some language.
It's just in that in the 2-182 A, B, C, and D. Is that what we were focusing on?
That is what we are focusing on, eligibility requirements.
Okay.
Okay, and the public comment we have on this?
Ms. Suchi.
Cassie Suchi. I think when you're talking about code enforcement, because code enforcement is very quick at discovering bogus complaints and closing them out. Because I've made some code enforcement complaints, not bogus ones, but they have addressed the issue like, I don't know, it was a lighting thing or something, and it got addressed and it was closed. Signs have been, I did a sign one that got closed out. So I think there is a difference with that. And if you go to, it takes forever to go to any type of magistrate meetings and get types of fine. I think what you're looking at is the type of committee they're on. How you word it, I don't know, but the type of committee you're on, is it relative to what the code complaint would be? So that's something you might want to look into, like if you're doing, I don't know, building and zoning, and you actually happen to be building and zoning complaint, that might be something that's an issue. So how you word it, I don't know. As for active litigation, I could have been in active litigation 45 times if I chose to file public records request on our former clerk. So would that null and void me from being on a committee? Because you guys aren't following the state statute, and the only avenue left for me after 2 years of asking for public records was to litigate. So I get punished because you guys don't fill your statutory requirements of filling public records. So I think when you get into that, you're getting into a very slippery slope. Let's say I'm driving a car and the side of the road caves in. Not my problem, but we know the canals are going. And my daughter is killed. I'm in an active litigation. So they're going to kick me off of a committee because we're suing? Slippery slope. So I think that needs to be relooked at and not put in there, because there are a myriad of issues and examples that I don't think would apply. And as for 2 people serving on the committee, if there's people beating down the door, then bring them in. But if they're not, you have intelligent people out there that are very intelligent and have been appointed by 2 different people and could serve on 2 separate committees. Unless there's 5 people standing in line, why would you leave a committee open? So be very careful how you word that and put that in there as well, because you might be taking away somebody who's very talented and very intelligent and could be an asset to the committee and leave a spot open.
Okay, so we're sending this one back to the drawing board to try to clarify some of that language, clean it up, and the direction I hear is there more? One more public comment? Mary Miles. Goodness gracious, I'm so sorry.
Mary Ann Miles, I would agree it needs to go back. However, one small tweak, I think. When you have an issue with the building department, whether it's a permit or something like Marge's issue, it shouldn't go to code enforcement. That is not why we have code enforcement. That is could be a clerical error, could be something else. Permits happen in Palm Beach County all the time that are white permits, but somebody doesn't do a CC or a CO because they're assuming way back when, they used to automatically do them when you did a final. So now it gets let go. The status goes to inactive. And when somebody either sells their property or brings up another permit, then, or they're sent a card that says inactive, it's not really inactive. But the person didn't know that they needed a CC or a CO, that it wasn't done because sometimes in the past, like I said, it was automatically done as soon as they got that building final, because the building final used to be the building final. That's it. Everything was done. Things were closed. That's why you got a final. Houses building are a little different. You need your certificate of occupancy. But as far as doing a window and it doesn't get closed out, or door or something light, it should never be a code enforcement violation. Could be a note that says, hey guys, we have it could be in Palm Beach County before even it came to us and it's trickling up. So don't put it in code enforcement. Just get the paperwork done so the person can move on and there's no violation. Thank you.
You have something you wanted to say?
Well, what I was gonna say is usually it's attached to the property in case it gets sold and it gets cleared before the property is sold to the next person. So that's why it normally ends up in code, is it hasn't been taken care of. But the building department should be saying, hey, your time is almost up. You need to clear this up. Did you ever get a letter from the town? Marge?
No.
I bet you did get a letter. That's
Well, you should have gotten a letter saying your permit was almost up and you had so many days to clear it up, and then you wouldn't have been in code enforcement.
Well, I was actively engaged in conversation with the company that put the windows in. And I knew that the permit was running out and I kept saying, I'm not paying for any extension. You better take care of it. And they promised that they would, and they didn't.
I'd like to interject one more thing here since I do these. Usually the title company will call the contractor or somebody and says, hey, you have something hanging out here. Well, you need to rectify it before the closing, and that's how it's done, but it doesn't get thrown into code enforcement.
Okay, Robert, did you have anything else you wanted to add before?
Yeah, one of the things on page 183 where it talks about planning and zoning, says board members shall hold no other town office or position. However, this does not preclude the board member from participating in another town advisory board.
So that needs to be changed.
So yeah, that was one of the things that needs to be changed or
Yeah.
worded to another
Okay.
ad hoc committee or something.
All right, so I'm going to try to summarize this. Please, anybody feel free to interject and correct me. So it looks like the instruction from council is that we need to clear up the language about appointees being in litigation, because that just seems to be too slippery of a slope and too wide to leave in there. That we need to clean up the language regarding code enforcement to be more specific of what we mean. In other words, somebody who's thumbing their nose at the town and isn't actively trying to do it. I also would like to see adding some language that council members should exercise prudence and caution when appointing people, and should somehow are responsible for overseeing the status of their appointees or something along those lines, because it really is us that makes the appointments and we should be responsible for the behavior and the, where they are. Robert's suggesting making a change, later in to make the language more consistent between this and others where it says that you can serve on two committees. We're saying that we don't think it's a good idea to serve on two committees, and it does say otherwise. So again, this is a cleaning up of making for consistency, and the consistency we're agreeing on is that people cannot sit on two committees unless it's an ad hoc committee, the second appointment. And I am voluntarily revoking my appointee, who is Lisa El Remy, who sits also for Marge on P and Z from the FAAC, and I will seek another candidate and have that name into town hall to be vetted by the end of the week. Did I summarize everything? Did I get everybody's everything? Okay, all right.
Madam Mayor, before there's a vote, can I just ask just one procedural matter? It's a lot cleaner if you simply continue the second reading of this ordinance to a date certain. It just makes it easier for staff for a number of reasons. So I would ask that if there's a motion, it should be that.
Okay, is that okay with everybody?
Yes.
Okay, who's going to make that motion with all that fancy language in it? Go, Laura.
I make a motion to have the second reading of 2024-06 continued to a date certain with changes summarized by the mayor.
So the date certain, would you like it to be the next meeting of
The first
the
meeting
town
in July.
council?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
No,
So
our-
July 2nd.
It's
July
our
2nd.
committees. We need them to meet.
So it's my understanding your next regular meeting is July 2nd. Is that?
Sounds good.
It is, but the problem is we need to get these committees meeting.
Right.
And
Okay.
I think we need to do it sooner. We have a meeting in 2 weeks. Can you have it ready by then? We have
The 18th.
It is a workshop meeting.
but it is a workshop meeting, which allows for voting during it. Have you have it ready for then, and we'll have all our appointees in. We can agree, everybody who hasn't made appointments to have them in by then, so we can get these committees going. But they've been shut down long enough, and there's a lot of evasive tactics going
I
on.
have a list that I'm gonna share with Francine. She could share with you guys.
Great, thanks.
Yeah,
Doesn't do anything with the committees. All it talks about is P's and D.
We can't get them up and running until we have this settled.
Mayor, you have an item on the agenda for discussion regarding the other committees in terms of creating their purpose, their terms, et cetera. So I don't know that this.
honestly, I want you to have a good product. I want you to have something that you're happy with when you see it. And I think based on the time frame for when your agenda publishes, July 2nd is going to be a more realistic date. So
Do you see having this second reading as prohibitive of getting the committees up and running? Since we already have established rules that have been established in the past, we're just amending those rules?
We have an attorney on staff. Can we have him tweak it?
I'm asking.
sorry.
Right
So
now, a question, if you don't mind, thanks.
So to the extent that you have established rules, you would just follow what's in place until you adopt a new.
So we could get the committees up and
So-
running tonight and following the already established rules, and then this would just be, okay, thank you.
Correct. I mean, if it's the will of the council to have this done on the 18th, we'll make it happen.
No, I'm okay, as long as we can move forward with the committees tonight, it's your legal opinion that we can move forward with moving the committees forward tonight, then I'm okay with it.
There's no reason you couldn't unless there was something that you specifically wanted changed in this ordinance that would open the door for you to appoint someone or not appoint someone.
Okay, thank you. Phyllis, did you have something to say?
No.
Robert, did you have something to say?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, all right. Can I did you make that motion?
I did.
You did. Did we have a second for her?
Second.
motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And we're okay with waiting till the July as long as we can get it moving. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. So I'll note that it's continued date certain to July 2nd.
Yes, thank you. All right, we did 11. We're on to number 12. Valerie?
Consideration of ordinance number 2024-04 on second reading, an ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Loxahatchee Groves, Florida, amending the Unified Land Development Code Section 10-015 definitions to amend the definition of essential services and Section 20-015 residential zoning districts permitted uses to clarify the special exception category for essential services and to add debris management sites as a separate essential service use, subject to specific approval criteria, providing for conflicts, severability, codification, and an effective date.
Do we have any public comment on this?
Yeah. I can do a bit of this paper to fill out.
There's one right here. You can just go up and fill it out after.
Cassie Suchi. So I was doing a little measuring on the map and trying to see if we had any loopholes in this that somebody else could slither in and do. Just need to make sure, just to review it again, to make sure we can't have any other development come in or parcel of land somewhere. And just make sure the rules are ironclad, because we don't want to be the town of garbage. People may think we're garbage, but we're not. We don't need to have everybody's garbage dumped in our properties. So just make sure you review it and make sure it looked like the 1,000, was it 1,000? It was a mile. It was within a mile of the thing. Now the question would be, and this was a question, I was looking at land to the west of us. There's 300 acres. Is the marker for the location of the distance between these where that parcel of land is owned by an owner? So if that parcel of land is owned, would they use part of their land? And where is the marker? Is it, that's what I had a question on. I wasn't sure. So maybe you can ask that. I don't know if I'm saying it right. If a parcel of land is this big and my marker's going down southern here, but it's not, it doesn't meet the distance, but if I go over to the middle of her land or closer to Okeechobee, could she put it on Okeechobee? I'm just saying hypothetically. So just make sure it's ironclad and there's nothing that somebody could come in at a later date and really change things that we wouldn't want.
I'm waiting for Francine to come back. Where is this located exactly?
Right near the recreation, the RV.
11, no, 10.
Yeah.
So I need to know about how much noise this is gonna make. How much lights, is it gonna make noise at night? Because and it's gonna have a bunch of garbage there, right? Debris, correct?
It's just for collecting after storms.
Right, I understand that, but
Gets taken away within a certain amount of time.
right, and there's dump trucks and there's backing up trucks and there's a lot of noise. Marge, you could probably hear it from your house. No, who lives close to this? Do you know?
You.
Thank you. Right, but put the garbage by my house. Right.
Mr. Gallant, didn't you say this was am I remembering this correctly, that there was some advantage to having this post-disaster cleanup in our town, that staff felt there was some advantage to it?
Considering where the sites are, the next closest site is in West Palm, which is probably 30-45 minutes away. This will assist in cleaning the town up because all the debris from a hurricane will be transported to that location. And then it's run by, if I remember correctly, it's run by, I believe, Ashbridge. And then they have an agreement with FEMA and with the Solid Waste Authority, and then they haul it off. It's, I think, literally for like 30 days.
And
That's
didn't you
it.
say that, yeah, there was a limitation of how long
Yeah.
it could be on there, which was 30 days. So this isn't a constant trucks running in and out of town. This is for the 30 days after a hurricane, debris is being collected there and then immediately moved out, or as soon as possible being moved out.
Yeah, don't
It's
quote me
not
on
just vegetation,
And
correct?
could-
It's only vegetation.
And could you?
That's
tell
it. They
me-
can't bring general trash. General trash is, so there's the agreement that FEMA had, or the solid waste, the arrangement that Solid Waste Authority has with their debris hauling contractors is the only thing they're hauling is vegetation from from a natural disaster that creates obviously the vegetation. By having this site in our town, when we go to clear all these roads after a storm, we have someplace to take it without trucking it 45 minutes away to either 45th Street, which is where the landfill is, or to one of their other debris sites, which all of them are in town.
Okay, and can you tell her the address of it? She was asking the address of the.
I know the address of it, more
Okay.
it's right by my house.
Yeah, I believe so. I don't, do you know?
Yeah, it's right by my house, so, and why can't you just send the vegetation debris to the corner of F Road in Okeechobee? Where there's already vegetation and debris.
Because the contractor that has the agreement with Solid Waste Authority isn't at the corner of F Road in Okeechobee.
And
That
they're also
property-
in code enforcement, correct?
That I don't know, but
We're,
that part, I mean, the Solid Waste Authority has contracts with 3 companies, one of them
So-
Ashbridge, and I forget who the other 2 are. But Ashbridge is the one who does our area.
so it's kind of funny, you guys have a problem with somebody that tells you to go, like the guy on Hyde Park tells you to go screw, and ignores code. But we've had an issue with these other folks and you're giving them a contract so they can make money on their property.
I don't know what we're talking about here.
So I'm just very confused. Yeah, we are talking about vegetation debris that's gonna be coming in for 30 days into a residential area. Okay, everybody that was here earlier was all freaked out about noise and all that kind of stuff. So, I just think this is awful.
Just to clarify, the other debris sites are at county parks, like Okie
Well, we
Healy,
have a county park.
John Prince.
We have a county park right in Loxahatchee Groves. Do it there. We have a county park. It's right here. It's there.
I believe that's a developed park. So the agreement that Solid Waste Authority also has is with Palm Beach County Parks, and they use the larger parks that have large open spaces. That's the preferred area to do this.
And
because-
Okeechobee right down the road. That's a huge park.
I don't know how much of it they're using for, because there's 2 golf courses on Okeechobee Park.
Okay, let's go across the street to Jim Brandon. It's massive. I'm just saying, you guys heard this morning, this is a garbage dump in a residential area. Okay? I don't want it next to my house. That's how I feel. I don't think what I heard earlier today, I don't think anybody else wants it anywhere close to Collecting Canal. So that's my issue, and these guys are in code. So I don't know why we're rewarding them with a contract.
Okay, Laura, you have something to say?
This is just a policy. There's no address in here. All we're doing in this policy is adding to the chart on page 209, essential services, debris management for post-disaster cleanup. That's it.
Is there an address, Mr. Gallant?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know exactly which parcels are affected. That's a zoning question.
There is a active application for the 248C road, which would be able to take advantage of this new language, but
they would have to apply for it and be.
that's right. They would need to submit under the special exception category.
And I
B.
believe they already had. I know
They
where
would
it is.
anticipate submitting, given the
If we change the
give-
language.
that's
allowing.
right. Yeah.
Okay.
Given the storm season starting, and they did apologize. They intended to be here, but all of their senior management was deployed for the storms in the middle of the country. So they weren't able to be here to answer questions today specifically about their operation.
Okay, Robert, something to say?
I'm just gonna piggyback on that this is about unallowable use. It says it has to be 10 acres and access from Southern Boulevard or Letter Road, and has to be south of Collecting Canal. So, the park could meet that criteria. There's a couple properties, Palm Beach State College.
Could meet
Could
that
meet
criteria.
that. D Road at 40-something acres, it's cleared. Could meet that. You know, there's several. This is just the framework of,
Right, we would have to
yeah,
approve
this isn't
separately
the
that
actual
location.
location.
Exactly.
It's more generic.
So are you opposed? Let me ask you, are you opposed to having a debris collection site in town if we choose a different place? So we have to put the language in to allow for that? Or are you just completely opposed to having a debris collection after a hurricane someplace for us to take our debris that's,
I don't think it should be in a residential area.
but you're not opposed to the park or Palm Beach State College if we can.
I think the park, you have citrus behind the park. So you've got,
That's not a
you know
residential.
what? We're a residential neighborhood. That's all I hear. That's what I hear. That's all they want to be. We want to be a residential neighborhood. And this is going to be garbage. And the problem is that everybody wants to put the garbage south of Collecting Canal.
Okay, go, Marge, you had something to say?
Yeah, if Loxahatchee Groves doesn't need the cleanup, what else will be sending to that district for grinding up their vegetation?
The only time this will be in operation is when there is a storm and emergency order is declared by the governor and FEMA is covering the cost to get rid of this stuff. It's only tree debris. It's not garbage. They're not bringing everybody's household waste there. It's only tree
But
debris.
it's not Loxahatchee Groves solely, correct?
That I have no idea. I've not seen
Well,
the
they said
application.
no when they were
I'm
here.
sure it's not, but
So we're gonna be the dumping ground.
their goal is to get the stuff in and get this processed and get the stuff out. All they have to do is they bring it in, they weigh it. I actually had to go to because part of my job as the emergency management director was to go to the solid waste authority for the debris management class. And that's what it's actually on their website. They talk, if you go to the solid waste authority's website, they have an entire page dedicated to debris management. And they talk about literally they bring a scale in, they bring the trucks in, they weigh the trucks in and out, they weigh the debris, they bulk it, grind it up, bulk it, and send it to the solid waste authority for final disposal. That's all they do with it. And once it's done, they pull all their stuff out, they clean the site up better than they found it, and they leave.
If I may, Madam Mayor, as well, just speaking to some of the legwork that's been done, it's my appreciation that there's some substantial work that goes into getting these permits for pre-authorized sites. NASPRA has specifically obtained pre-authorization or pre-approval for this site. I'm not sure the length of time it would take for them to find another location if they would be available to serve the town this hurricane season. Unfortunately, since they're not here to answer that question, I wouldn't be able to tell you, but I do know that there's a lot of work in pre-permitting a site. So it's not as easy as, just picking another location and saying, go there.
I understand.
All right, I'm still, yeah.
I know.
The illegal tractor trailer storage site. I kind of go along with Phyllis, that I don't see why we should be rewarding someone like that with a big contract.
And so it's two separate entities is my understanding. And there's the property owner and then there's Asper who would operate on that site. So there's different entities there. Francine could speak better to the code enforcement. My understanding is that they've come a long way in mitigating any sort of the code enforcement action that's been taken on that property. I believe it was related to trees, but I'm not able to speak to the code case that's on that
illegal
property.
Tractor trailer storage.
Okay, yeah, Francine would.
And the removal
speak
of
to that.
trees.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna suggest that I'm sorry, Laura, what I was gonna suggest is that we table this unless you have something really, there's some unforeseen circumstances that we really can't get all the answers that we need right now in this. So I was gonna suggest that we table this till our next meeting, because I don't think it's critical to vote on it tonight. Is that?
Can we
have
continue
the
to a
second
date
read?
certain as opposed to tabling?
Yeah, let's
Okay.
continue it. Is it okay with you if we continue?
Is this a first reading or a second reading on this?
Reading. So you gotta do the same motion of condition, the second reading to the second. You remember your condition?
Yeah,
date
sure.
certain?
I make a motion to move ordinance 2024-04 to the date certain of June, what's our?
Second, July second.
To,
No, we're not.
July
July
2nd.
to July 2nd.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Valerie.
I'll let Ashbrit representatives know, and hopefully they can have someone attend at that meeting to
That would
answer
be
some of the more
probably
specific
good.
questions.
They should have been here tonight.
Apologize, they are all deployed for all the storms that have happened in the middle of the country.
Okay, well, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, discussion of the RV ordinance. Are we going to be able to continue with that, Valerie? or-
This is gonna be next to that RV park. Wow. Oh, so, sorry, squirrel moment. I'm sorry, Mayor. My bad. Sorry.
Mayor, if you'd like to discuss it, you can, or we can move this item to the June 18th meeting if you'd like. It is just a discussion.
Well, gosh. I'm in a pickle right now.
Nothing to vote on. This is a voting meeting, so let's move it.
I'd say move it.
Well, it's something that needs to get resolved, which became very apparent at the beginning of it. So can we add it as an agenda item to the July 2nd with?
July, we have a workshop meeting June 18th. Do you want to add it to that
Let's add
meeting
it
for
to the June
discussion? And then you can give us some direction for July?
That sounds like a
Okay,
great
great.
idea. Let's do
We have
that.
a public comment.
Do we have
I think
any
we
public
do.
comment on?
No.
It is indeed, and we need to stop kicking the can down the road. Yeah, we need to stop kicking the can down the road and we need to come up with a policy. Let's see, let's look at item 12. What do we have in here right now? I think it would be helpful. I know for me, it would be helpful. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
We do. I would say that in order to really get good consensus and direction, you're probably going to want to block out about an hour for that realistically. I'm not sure if you want to tackle that tonight or if you would like to shift that, but realistically, given the history and the complexities of this, I think we're going to need at least an hour to get initial direction and consensus from the
How full is
council.
our June 18th meeting? Oh. You think that,
Defer to Caitlin.
Caitlin, that's the comp plan meeting.
They're both very important issues, obviously. Happy to try to work through some of the RV stuff tonight if everyone is up for it. Otherwise, I know there's other items for discussion that the council may wish to tackle tonight and shift the RV.
I thought we weren't bringing it back. I thought we were satisfied with the way it was. That's what I thought.
If I may, Caitlin is the lead and Tanya's been working with her on the RV. They're going to be able to handle the issue if
But-
they wanted to discuss it.
But we kept
other
the
item.
original ordinance, so I don't understand. We didn't increase the RVs in town, so I don't understand why you guys are still working on this, because
There
we
was a
kept
request
the
for us
original.
to, well, we haven't been working on it. There was a request to bring the topic back for discussion with the council. So that's where.
This needs to be.
When?
There's a lot of people.
When?
Okay, we can't just have everybody this is not an open discussion. Hang on a second.
I have my, check.
Go ahead and ask your question to Caitlin.
So my question is, the updated ordinance was not approved to increase the RVs in the town. It was not approved.
Yeah, there was a lot of changes included in that ordinance, but ultimately that ordinance did not move forward and
Right.
the town moved to stay with the ordinance in its current form.
So why are we talking about it?
We
now.
were directed to bring the topic back for further discussion to see if there perhaps was any new direction on the topic of RVs.
Hey, Laura?
I wish Ken Johnson were here to hear the phrase, the tail wagging the dog. We absolutely positively need to discuss our own Loxahatchee Groves RV policy, period. Because if this bougie RV park comes in, that's going to have its own property management company and density and things that don't even come close to fitting into our own rules, how are we possibly gonna govern or have a relationship with them? I mean, we've got to have our own house in order before we go forward.
Yeah, and I agree with Laura. I mean, I don't think our RV policy is clear at all. Whatever the old policy was that Phyllis is speaking about, not only do I think it's not clear, I think it's not followed. That this person A does what they want, person B does what they want, person C does what they want, person D maybe knows the rules and follows them. And I think that our RV policy doesn't have anything in place for any kind of enforcement, any kind of,
Monitoring,
any kind of BTR required if you're testing them out. So I absolutely think it needs to come back, and I think it's a bigger issue. And I think that perhaps the way to go is to try to get this done, slip this in with the comp plan on June 18th, and to have it perhaps be since at least Phyllis and I think Laura said the same thing, that we agreed to just stick with the old policy. Let's have the old policy in front of us so we have something to jump off from, and we have an opportunity, those of us who aren't as familiar with it, maybe like myself, to review it and to come up with some really solid suggestions for moving forward. And you guys, of course, have your suggestions as well. I think that might be the way to go.
Absolutely. And Madam Mayor, just a couple of things, if I may, staff would be happy to sit with you ahead of the meeting to kind of catch you up on the history of what we did last year. That would bring us to the point of our discussion.
Yeah, that would be
That's
fine. I
beneficial.
just remember getting kicked back and forth and back
Yeah,
and forth and a lot of fighting and arguing, and nothing really
remember it
happened.
well.
Yeah, nothing really was accomplished.
Yeah.
That's my impression of the situation. So, but I'd be happy to be corrected on that, Marge.
Yeah, I would like to ask that this be early on the agenda, because you're probably going to have a house full again.
Agreed.
And to have them sit like this, Mr. Austin is sitting here and we're moving it to another date. It's not quite fair.
Well, it wasn't a voting item anyhow. It was just a discussion, and that's what we're having as a discussion. So.
Right.
We were just having a sidebar that perhaps the best suggestion would be to have some sort of time certain from, say, 5 to 6 for the RV topic, and then start at 6, your regularly scheduled time for the year's
I'm okay
workshop.
with that.
Yep,
Is that
I'm okay with that.
Are you
People
okay with
know.
starting at
Absolutely.
5?
Well,
Okay.
as long as they understand that it's not the park.
Right. You have to clearly advertise this one so they understand it's our internal RV policy that we're trying to clean up for that hour. I think that's
Yeah,
a great
I think we
idea.
could work with the clerk's office to
Okay, do we
clarify.
need a
and then
motion to do that, or are
folks
we,
can show up at whatever.
Consensus?
Interested.
we just need a consensus? Or you
It's
would
cleaner if you just do a motion.
just do a
to-
motion?
to
Okay,
continue
Laura,
to the-
Robert, Marge, you want to make a motion for me?
Mayor, I did receive a public comment.
Oh,
Are you okay? Okay, never mind. Okay.
All right, so I'm making a motion that on June the 18th, from 5 to 6 PM, we'll be revisiting the old RV ordinance, the attempted RV ordinance from 2023 as part of discussion prior to the comp plan.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
And
Was that it? Was that close enough?
you did.
Nope, I got
you
it.
did.
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks.
Caitlin, can you send us your PowerPoint? Is it something that?
Yeah, it's just a couple slides really to guide discussion. What we're looking for from you is to really define our goal in this next attempt at revising it, identifying the challenges and a couple other things. So it was really a guiding of discussion. So there's not too much substance to it, but I'll be happy to share.
Maybe with
you.
that also, you could send us what the current policy is. Like, I'm not as interested in seeing what they tried to do to revise it
Right.
before because they couldn't get it done. So I
Yep.
just assume have that go away and us start fresh with, here's what it is now and what is this
Okay.
council's goals to changing it.
Yeah.
Let each of us chime in with you before the workshop of what our goals or objectives are, so it can be
absolutely.
added. Okay. great.
Definitely send the one that we worked on, because that was cleaning up a lot of stuff to make it.
Yes,
Right, but you weren't able to come to consensus
Well,
on it,
that's
so it
because
cleaned
it
up
was
nothing.
numbers.
Yeah.
Well,
Somebody
it-
said, oh, you're only giving me one RV and I want two or something.
Well, that can be part of your packet, but I want an opportunity to comment anew.
So
All right. We voted. We're
Yeah.
good, right?
we're good.
Everybody's
Yeah.
happy? Okay, we're good. We voted. All right, sign cone updates and imminent interim enforcement. Okay, so this is getting back to the result of the complaint that was made during the election about the size of someone's signs and subsequently potentially put 50 plus other people in town in violation. And we need to talk about the sign code, but wouldn't this be something that would be a really important reason to get our committees up to date so they could look at this?
Yeah. I think that once again, aren't you going to? Tanya, you're going to lead on this. You guys have.
Number 14.
I thought Tanya had put together the list of questions.
Discussion. Okay.
All these other lines and stuff.
No, that's a.
Let's let him address it.
Tanya,
Yeah,
didn't you come up with a list of issues that were to be discussed?
with regard to sign code,
Yes.
there is a list in your packet, Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, please.
There's a list in your packet that has the items that were recommended by staff, and it has, in addition to that, the items that were considered by the committee and recommended. So in the actual ordinance that you have before you in your packet, starting at page 226, there should be notations as far as what items came from staff, what items came from the committees, et cetera. I did not have the pleasure of drafting these revisions, but I'd be happy to do my best to try to walk you through them.
Based on the time and that we still have a couple of other items to do and that the town manager is presently absent, and I know this is something that she wanted to weigh in on. I'm going to recommend that we table this. Also, we're filling up the July 2nd meeting, but that we table this, have some time to look at it and table it and move and have some time to digest all these.
Do we want to send it to ULDC?
Agreed.
And I think we want to send it to ULDC
100%.
before it comes back to us.
ULDC in the next section.
Right, so let's create ULD, that's good. Can I get a motion to
I make a
send
motion.
this to ULDC within the
Mayor.
next month?
I make a motion to send it to ULDC within the next 30 days.
Okay, tell
So-
me we have public comment that I missed. No,
I made a motion.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Valerie's trying to say something.
So I know that you have every intention to reappoint or reestablish, I should say, I guess, right, the ULDC. From what I understand from the attorney's office is that we would have to bring a resolution forward to you for that to come into effect, right? So in essence, could we have a resolution to you by July 2nd? Sure, assuming that you give us clear direction today. I don't know if you want to say,
We
Clearly
did
gave
that.
Direction that we wanted those committees back up and running 2 meetings ago. That
I-
was 2 months ago.
right, I understand. And from what I was told from the attorney's office is that those resolutions have to be reestablished with clear direction of what their purpose is. So on your next item, under discussion on committees and committee appointments, all the past resolutions pertaining to those committees have been included for you to provide us with direction. Do you want to add anything, attorney?
Let's look.
18th, the voting meeting.
It is.
Okay, these can come back to the 18th.
No, let's move, let's table this till the 18th and let's move on with this committees and getting them appointed. Let's move on with number 15 and get that ball rolling because I
Okay.
thought that ball was rolling 2 months ago.
Okay, so,
And I'm not happy that it's not.
okay,
So sorry,
mhm.
can we, perhaps one thing at a time? If we could, I think we still had a motion on the table. I just procedurally, speaking,
we still had a motion on the table as far as the prior item.
14 for the sign code.
Correct.
Right,
So
we're
when,
tabling it until,
But you didn't vote on it. Nobody voted on it.
oh,
so I think there was a motion. I don't know if there was a second.
The problem with the motion was that it was limited. It wanted it back in 30 days. And I think what Valerie's indicating is that 30 days is probably not going to happen if you don't have the committee resolution in place. So if you would perhaps reconsider the motion and say that we would get it to the committee within 30 days of the resolution being passed.
Or perhaps just say that, you'll task the ULDC with the review of this item upon being reestablished.
yeah, that's fine. Want to say it that?
I'm
way?
amending my motion.
I'll second.
Wait, well, I need the verbiage, please, because now I'm thoroughly confused. So we're bringing, my motion was to bring back,
No, your motion was to send it to ULDC.
send it to ULDC for review
Within 30 days of the establishment of the ULDC?
Perfect.
within 15 days of the establishment of the ULDC, because that's going to be 45 days. So that should be long enough.
Everybody okay? with
Well,
that
just
motion?
keep
Do I
in
have a
mind
second?
that once the committee is established, we have to make sure that we schedule the meeting, have a quorum and enough time to properly advertise. So just please keep that in mind.
Okay.
We
have a
will do it
motion and a
as soon as
second.
possible. I'm not trying to delay it, but I want to make sure that we are
Okay, but we're feeling
complying.
like it's being delayed. That's what I'm telling you.
I feel like staff is trying to save us from ourselves.
It's totally.
30 days.
Okay.
Why can't we do it right the first time?
Go
30
ahead.
days.
Thank you. Well, no, she's asking for not even 30 days, as soon as possible is the verbiage she's asking for, and she will make it happen as soon as possible. And I have faith in Valerie to do that. And I think she understands now that we want it done. So as soon as possible. So I'm okay with the as soon as possible. You want to,
So I have to change my motion.
again,
I have it.
Okay, I'll leave off the.
So
15
what I
days.
have
I'll
is-
say by the next meeting. How's that sound?
no, as soon as
After.
possible.
As soon as possible.
From the reestablishment of the
Correct.
ULDC.
From the reestablishment of the ULDC.
Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay, now committees and committee appointments. Number 15. Valerie, I don't think there's really anything for you to read.
The town council has discussed reestablishing agritourism committee, roadway equestrian trails and greenway advisory committee, also known as RETGAC, and the Unified Land Development Code Review Committee. In your packet, you will find resolutions 2023-86 that was specific to the establishment of the agritourism committee. Moving along, you'll also see ordinance 2019-04 specific to the local planning agency as it relates to ULDC. And then you also have additional information pertaining to the other committees. So at this point, we would need council to provide, I guess, what would be the purposes for these specific committees? What do you want them to look at? Is it the same thing that they've looked at before? Do you have a different task list?
Well, I think that I'll just run through them and everybody stop me if you think you need to. I think the agritourism committee was being appointed to review the recommendations of the previous agritourism committee and make a final recommendation on that issue to the town. And that was a short-term ad hoc appointment and that was the intention of that one.
Weren't they stuck on their road signs though?
I'm sorry?
Wasn't the Ag Tourism Committee stuck on their road sign advertising, which tied back to the ULDC signage?
Correct, which is what we need so the agritourism was an ad hoc that probably can't happen till after the ULDC meets to talk about
Okay.
the sign codes. But that's an ad hoc, so we're looking for them to review what they did and including making decisions on things they didn't make, but probably some of these other committees need to meet before we sunrise them. Okay, we sunrise that committee. All right, the P and Z needs to be probably right away because we have so many issues that are up in front of us right now that involve P and Z input. I mean, obviously, there's the one that was presented tonight that may or may not get brought forward. I'm sure there are other P and Z issues. Does anybody have any other P and Z issues that are pressing at the moment that they know of? No. Okay, so there's at least that one potentially, should they apply. I'm sure there's other ones that they need to look at before we look at it. The ULDC has a plethora of work to do. Including cleaning up the ULDC, including.
But if you take a look at, I think it was resolution 20-2003, is that that's the ULDC?
Page 276.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. If you have had a chance to review that, the direction there, I think, is that the duty is the Unified Land Development Code Review Committee's duty is to review and provide recommendations on sections of the town's currently adopted Unified Land Development Code and pertinent sections of the town's comprehensive plan as directed by the town council or to the town manager. If you are okay with that and you are okay with the rest of the resolution, I think you could readopt the resolution. And I'm looking for Tanya's assent to this. They could readopt this resolution, and
get going right away.
And Valerie we would just put together the resolution with the change dates and get you new signature lines, and all that.
But Jeff, don't all of them say, basically, I mean, as I was reading through them, all of them say to conduct, as council directs them, conduct reviews. So why don't we just adopt them all with new effective dates?
You could do that, I think.
Okay, and then move on from there.
And then, yeah.
And that gets them all going really quickly.
If you're satisfied with the language in these old resolutions and think it suffices, then.
And we could tweak it later.
Well, we can come up with our list of what we want them to consider by the next meeting.
And you already have direction with respect to the ULDC as to what their first task is to be.
Right. I'm okay with that. Do I have a motion to approve these
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Do I need to say the motion? I'm kind of used to doing that. Okay, so, correct?
Go ahead.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to approve, and am I going to read all these ordinances titles, Jeff? Like just the numbers?
No, I think you can, it's one agenda item. If you are satisfied with the resolutions for
so it's
the Agritourism Committee, the Equestrian Trails Committee, Greenway Advisory, you could do it in one motion if you wanted to.
So, Madam Mayor, that's fine. If it's one motion, basically what you're doing is giving staff direction that you like the language in these older resolutions and that you want to see similar language come back. To clean it up, I think it would be best.
If you do three.
If you bring it back and you give it a resolution with a 2024 number so that when someone at some point in time is looking back to see what resolution was granted in the summer of 2024, it's going to have a 2024 resolution number and it'll be easier to track that way. But to the extent that you're happy with the language in these, you'll see it exactly the same, just with a 2024 resolution number.
Okay.
So June 18th?
I think that could happen. Yes. There's no advertising associated with it. It's just a matter of getting the documents and updating it.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
So I'll make a motion to approve the current ordinances for the ULC, red tag, planning and zoning, FAAC, all of the
Citizen.
committees in item 15 to come back with the 2024 resolution title, correct?
Yes.
On the 18th.
Yes, and
Second.
Okay, and Robert, you had your light on, or is that just a leftover light?
Well, I was
Leftover light? Okay, Laura, did you?
gonna give some appointments, but I can just email to Valerie.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, what I'll do is we'll go back through, we'll take the most recent one, we'll re-edit it. I'll email it out to you all. You can reach out to me individually, if you have any comments on them, so we can consolidate everything and then we'll bring it back for June 18th.
But then we have to vote on them again. I think we're asking for the exact same
Yeah,
ordinance at the moment.
we're gonna bring back, the resolutions all in a nice form with 24 dates. They'll be on a consent agenda on
And we'll approve it.
the
18.
18th.
And yeah, and okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None opposed? And I thank you, Robert. I will make my reappointment prior to that meeting, so you can have the committee members ready to put in place and do whatever vetting you need to do. And Robert, I would request that you do the same by sending it to Valerie, which you just said you were going to do. Okay, and so we don't have any vacancies and we can really, they're off and running to the races as soon as we get this done. Okay. Now,
So we're all gonna be standing committees except agri-tours, and it'll be ag hub for 6 months again, I guess.
well, I think we need to, when we decide to sunrise it, we'll decide how long we think it needs to be, depending on what our final list of towns is. And that's something that I guess you'll have to.
Typically in the resolution, we do put the sunset date. So do you want to do it for a year?
No, I think 6 months is enough for whatever they're gonna be tasked to do.
So
I
6
think
months
6 months is
from-
sufficient.
From June 18th?
Yeah, we could always extend it.
Okay, so 6 months from June 18th.
But we got to get our ducks in a row on a list of tasks for them. So we've got the committee appointments. On to item 16, discussion on roadway and drainage updates. That would you always get to the end of the show, Mr. Gallant, number 16.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council, and those remaining. Before you is the road and drainage update. In the expedience of time, I will not read it to you. Just a few highlights. We've gotten the money we got the check for the 2 items we sent to Royal Auction, the 2000 dump truck and the 2004 combination loader excavator. The water truck, the great all, and the tractor have all been sent to Royal Auction. They are slated to be go up for auction I believe it's next week. It's either next week or the week after. So we soon should have the money for that. One thing that's not on here is what is discussed is the 2025 dump truck. I actually got an email from the dealer today that it was ordered 10 days ago. It should be to what they call the body shop, because basically the truck gets delivered as a cabin chassis and then they put the bed and all the other stuff on it. It should be to the body shop by November and we should have it by Christmas. So we'll have our that'll be our Christmas gift to the town, is our brand new dump truck.
And when are you going up there to try it? To test drive it?
When it's done.
When it's done? Before we take delivery?
Well, we'll have to drive out there to get it. So,
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Where is
Yeah,
there?
I'm sorry. Well,
Where do you
lights.
go?
Tampa.
Go ahead, Phyllis.
Do we have a reserve on the equipment? So do you have a basic idea of what money's coming our way towards the dump truck?
I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but it was in last month's. The item that we brought forward to you has the anticipated dollar amounts in it.
And it was pretty close to paying for the entire dump truck.
It should pay for the dump truck and hopefully put a significant down payment on the excavator we want to get.
Awesome. Thank you.
The public, Ms. Val?
Yes, Ms. Succi?
Okay.
Cassie Succi, Thank you, Mr. Gallant, for getting back with me on my emails about some of the trees on 161st. I appreciate that. I just had a question with the Public Works because I've been watching some things around town using public money on private land. I'm watching the mowers go around and I have video of them actually going 20 and 30 feet onto people's private property. I didn't know, if that was allowed and what the criteria was on the east sides of the road, not the canal sides. So, I just want to make sure that if that is occurring, maybe it was just by chance the property they were on A road. But, I don't think we want to be mowing people's private land. So, and the other thing I had a question about was, when you made your, when you're preparing these roads on these trees, we're definitely have some type of criteria. We're definitely not removing native trees unless they're in the actual road design. So that's all I need to say.
Thank you. Phyllis?
Yeah, so yeah, it says 61,500 will be applied towards the purchase of the 2025 dump truck. So that's awesome.
Right, that was from the first sale, and then the second sale, obviously, they haven't sold the items yet, so we don't know how much we're getting.
Great. Awesome.
So.
Job well done. Thank you.
Can I respond to her?
We only asked for that like 5 years ago.
Please respond if you would like to, Mr. Gallant.
So as for the mowing on private property, we are mowing adjacent to the roadway. We are responsible for damages caused by debris that's in the road. Unfortunately, if residents do not trim their bushes, we have to. That's just not something we want to do. We literally go back 3 to 4 feet. We don't go 20 feet. I don't know where we were going 20 feet. I saw the picture you sent me and it looked like the mower was right against the edge of the road. So, but we trim back to the back of where the easement is that we have. We have to trim back the trees. I've gotten a number of emails from residents saying, I was going down such and such a road and branches hit the side of my truck and caused damage. I actually got an email today that we may be paying for rims on some guy's truck because he had to drive off he felt he had to drive off the road. So, we have to take these claims seriously. We have to do what we can to provide for the safety of the residents and the traveling public. As for the removal of trees, the majority of the trees we're removing are exotics, as has been discussed previously. The only native trees we're removing are any trees that may be in the flow path of where the swales are supposed to be. We have obtained all the necessary permits, which are on file with Sandra here, and it's been very minimal. I think maybe 4 or 5 on a 2-mile stretch of 161st that have been removed. And they were literally right smack in the middle of where the swale is supposed to be.
Thank you, Phyllis.
So I have been saying that I truly feel that the town, regarding people's personal property, if their vegetation is encroaching into the road, they need to get a letter of, please cut back your vegetation. I mean, the town's doing it for free, but if they don't want to do it, and it's not for free, we all pay for it. So, please cut down your vegetation within 7 days or, whatever we will be sending. And I prefer a vendor because if you had a vendor doing a lot of that work, they wouldn't be yelling at you.
Yeah, but we'd be paying the vendor.
But you would be paying the vendor, exactly, but they would be getting it done, I'm sorry, but a lot quicker because that's what they do for a living. They pretty much take trees out in a New York minute and chop them up and they go down the road in the truck. So
well, we're not removing the trees. We're just trimming back the overgrowth that's encroaching on the road. And we go back a few feet. So we're not going there every day because we know how fast things grow in Florida.
As to be concerned about being on private property, I think the proper way of doing it, and I've been asking this for a long time to stop, the arguments from the residents, is to send a letter, trim your trees out back. And if you don't do it, you get a third-party vendor to do it. So there is no discrepancy regarding, and it gets put back, it gets put on their taxes. You have to maintain your own property.
Right, but this town does not have an aesthetic code. So since it has
I
no
get it, but
aesthetic
if
code,
it's
there's
in
no
the road,
requirement for
it's-
anybody to trim anything.
If it's in the road, it's a safety issue. That's what you're saying.
I understand.
Okay, and if it's a safety issue, we have a code for that, and it's called a nuisance abatement. And then if you use a third-party vendor, then they cannot accuse the town of overcharging, undercharging, breaking something, or removing something that they didn't want. You get a third-party vendor to cut it back. End of story, charge the resident.
But as was discussed earlier, code compliance would have to send that letter. You have to give them time to do the work. You have to then bring it
Right.
before the magistrate.
It's
Now
their-
you're 60, 90 days into it. Now the tree is in the middle of the street.
But it doesn't go to magistrate. You're sending a letter stating it's a safety issue. Your trees are encroaching on the town.
Mine wasn't.
We have a nuisance abatement ordinance. I don't know. That was a suggestion.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
And it keeps you guys out of trouble too if you hire a third-party vendor to trim them back, and then there's no dispute on the cost. Because it could already be on the internet, on our website, what it costs. So
Okay. We're done with that one. Roadways drainage, you're done with your update. Thank you, Mr. Gallant. And I would just like to say, I know that I've been personally involved in some difficult situations that you've had to deal with recently, and you've done an excellent job of trying to consider the residents' point of view. And I appreciate that. All right, future agenda items, number 17. Well, we just loaded up the June 18th meeting. I don't think we could add anything to that.
I agree.
Right, so in your packet, you have the updates, items of interest and future agenda items, which goes through the list of the upcoming town council schedule, direction on individual council requested agenda items, potential applications that are coming forward, also specific to site plan amendments and other matters. And then, as always, you have a list of future agenda items, so you can start reviewing items for July 2nd, provide us any feedback that you have or any other items that you may want to add, other than that.
Does anybody have anything they want to add to a future agenda? This would be the time to bring it up. I would like to add, bringing up ex parte discussions, trying to revisit the ex parte, discussion, policy. And also something that we have been talking about that we need to, the, legal fee reimbursement policy as well. I think those two things need to be added. Not sure where, but they need to be added.
Do you have a date, an anticipated date that you would like to bring that forward for discussion?
Looks like August 6th might be, it looks like July 2nd is pretty full. Looks like August 6th might be a good time to do that.
Okay.
Anything anybody else wants to see put on a future agenda?
I mean, if something comes up when during your meeting with Francine, you can always bring it up then too, but
We
yeah.
actually made a policy that it has to be brought up now to be added to a future agenda.
Well, just to see if it's okay to, lob it out there, but yeah, I'll deal with it.
Okay,
Sure, sure.
all right.
Mayor, I believe we have a public comment.
Oh, great. Okay.
Cassie Suchi, I have an idea for a future agenda. 2012-08 ordinance on plan unit developments needs to be brought up and rediscussed. Would be a good idea.
Does anybody want to add the PUD to the agenda?
Sure.
Future agenda?
Absolutely.
What agenda would you like to add that to?
What agenda would you like, Cassie?
I don't think.
It does that, it does,
August
how about
6th,
July?
August 6th.
August 6th.
July 2nd is.
You're not gonna be here on August.
I just lost my place.
So are you putting it in August 6th? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Great.
Get it in there.
You put
Stop.
PUD ordinance on August 6th, okay?
And clarification.
Do we have to have consensus on that?
No, I think a town councilman can ask to have whatever put on the agenda.
As long as it's in public? Is that,
Because it's in public, yeah.
and when did we pass this policy?
I'm sorry,
No, the policy about bringing stuff up on the agenda.
when we very first met back in March, yeah.
I think it was discussed.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Either the April or the May meeting. That has to be brought up at the end here. I mean, are you opposed to any of these things being put on the agenda? Would you like to state an opinion?
But I just feel that it's kind of loose, like, the resident comes up and says she wants that, and all of a sudden, someone up here is like, July 2nd, or, whatever I mean, I feel like there should be consensus among council. Okay, just a courtesy,
Man.
that kind of thing versus, just, you want it, okay. Again, just part of our credibility is following our own rules and procedure, and, just, do the five of us agree?
Do you
Sure.
want to discuss putting the PUD back on?
My light was on.
Yes.
Yes.
So,
Absolutely.
Cassie and several other residents in this town have wanted it on the agenda for quite a long time for discussion, to discuss it and possibly revamp it. I know what they want. They want to take the 50 acres out of it. So we need to talk about it with council and legal. They've been asking for a long time. So I would like to put it on the agenda because it's been a question and a concern for the residents of this town for quite a long time.
So Jeff, isn't this addressed in the comp plan review that we're doing under the MOU, which is the 50-acre issue?
Yes, it's the same issue.
It's the same issue, so it's already on the agenda on June 18th to be discussed. It's already, I mean, it's the MLU, right, that we're talking about?
Yes, but not in.
So can we
not-
check the PUD ordinance in there to take a look at as well?
What I think you would want to do is, if you're of a mind to consider it, leave it on for the moment. If it gets resolved through the comp plan discussion, then there can be further direction that it's been resolved.
Okay, all right, so leave it on for July 2nd and
No, it was August
August 6th.
August 6th.
6th, correct?
Yeah.
And then hopefully it'll get resolved when we're doing the comp plan on the 18th, because
Yeah.
it does come up under the MOU in the
Right.
comp plan.
And just a reminder on, all these are tentative dates and these agendas are getting loaded.
Pretty quickly.
And I don't know how many times you want to have 5-hour meetings, but.
Not,
I'm used to being here till 2 a.m, so I think
I'm
everybody
just-
should be.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's always a consideration on, those dates are not necessarily hard and fast. It has to
Okay.
do with what else we have on the agenda.
so do we have a consensus that it's okay to discuss it under the MOU in the comp plan meeting on the 18th, but to tentatively put it on August 6th in the event that the PUD
Yes.
does not get, everybody okay with that?
Yes.
Yep. Robert, did you have something
Yep.
else, or that was what you?
That's what.
Okay, all right. Okey dokey. That's all for additions to the agenda. Francine is unable to make comments at this time. Town attorney, do you have any comments to make?
No, ma'am.
And guys, we are gonna go as quick as we can through this and see if we can, I mean, do we want to vote for extend the meeting till 10:15?
No, I'm not making any comment. So I'm out.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Do we want to vote to extend it?
No.
Well, it's 10:01. Technically, we have to make a vote to extend it, right?
Motion to extend?
10:30, second.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
but
all
it's
of-
10:30, right? No, 10 o'clock?
Is
Yeah,
it
it's
10:30?
10:30.
Oh, I thought it was 10 o'clock.
No,
I
it's
may be wrong.
10:30.
I'm sorry.
That's okay, you're new.
Yeah, well, just wanted to make sure I gave everybody the opportunity to talk. Okay, town attorney, any report from you?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Get me out of here.
Public Works Director, any report from you?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
So I want to make a few clarifications. Number one, I don't do any special favors for anybody. I treat every resident of this town, and you can ask the council, because I have told them this independently, as well as to everybody else. I treat everybody the same, and I treat this town as if it's my own home. I treat this town, do everything I do is to improve the safety and the welfare and the health of the residents, the critters, and everything else that runs the streets of this town, including our waterways and everything else. There's been several comments made about the levels of the canals. We have discussed it multiple times that, the canals on the north end of the town are higher than the canals on the south end of the town. And because of the issues with
Or elevated higher.
yeah, they're
not
higher.
Water level.
Right, the water level is the same. Water seeks its own level. We've been pumping every single day for the last 3 months. Or you can look at our electric bills, that reflects that. There's not much else we can do. We need the dump truck in order to haul the material. We need a place to put the said material, because we've had people comment about, you can't dump it on the side of the canals because it makes the canals banks higher. So minus a location and a mode of transportation, we can't dredge the canals right now until we get the dump truck. Once we get the dump truck, then we'll figure out where to put the material. I have some ideas, where to put it legally.
Thank you for clarifying that.
So, but a couple other things I wanted to point out. One of the comments was made about the trees in front of a specific resident's house on 161st. We drove to her house with the arborist. The arborist identified all of the exotic trees. We had a conversation with her just about her national wildlife certification, and how one of the requirements of that certification is you have to remove all of the exotic trees. So we had a conversation with her. We told her, we identified and we put pink tape around all the trees, and it was literally like 5. And like 3 of them I could probably pull out with my hand. She was amenable to it. As far as the oak tree goes, the branch in question was on the outside in the swale area. It was done. It was literally hit by mistake when he removed the Melaleuca. And our folks are going to fix it. We have also discussed that with her, and she's amenable to that. And the last comment, somebody made a comment about fire hydrants and them being dry. All the fire hydrants that exist in the town of Loxahatchee Groves are wet hydrants fed by Palm Beach County Water Utilities. So none of them are dry. None of them get their water from the canals. Any of those red hydrants on North Road, on Okeechobee Boulevard, on Southern Boulevard are wet hydrants fed by water mains from Palm Beach County. That is all. Are they tested? Palm Beach County, I don't know what their frequency is, or I know they used to, their water officer Palm Beach County Fire Rescue's water officer used to check them like every 5 years. I don't know. I assume they're still doing that, but there are literally thousands of fire hydrants in Palm Beach County that you have to test.
Can you check and see the last times where ours were tested and see if they might be due for one?
Yeah.
With
I
just
call.
the water concerns that we have on the north end of the town. I understand it's hooked up to a main, but still. It would
Yep.
be prudent probably to check that, because we don't have the backup of the canal water
Right.
up there. So it would be very, very prudent probably to make sure that they're being maintained
Yeah,
to
the
some
last thing
level.
we need is a dry hydrant
Right.
when we expect it to be a wet one.
Yeah, well, those hydrants are not that old, and the life expectancy of your average fire hydrant is like 25 years unless somebody decides to hit it with a car.
Well, that happens.
Oh, yeah.
We don't know about all of this. Okay, Valerie, what do you have to say to us this evening?
Good night.
Good night. Okay, good. I have the same thing to say. Laura Danowski, closing comments.
This one is for the attorney to start with. So earlier when you were suggesting to us about cleaning up the language regarding the ordinance numbers and giving it a 2024 number for summation, is that something that would be caught in an audit? Like when our documents and stuff get reviewed by whomever or whatever, as something that we should do better? It just, again, my point is you're trying to save us from ourselves and to keep things clean.
maybe not necessarily caught in an audit, but it could create issues later on when someone is looking back to see, what are the actual records of the city.
Okay.
So I think you want clarity to your decisions and you want ease of research.
That makes sense. And then here's a little ditty I found from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. The title is Special Assessment Exemptions for Lands Classified Agricultural. And I'll leave this with you when I go. But it says with House Bill 7063, that was put into effect July 1st of 2023, future special assessments will be prohibited on lands classified as agricultural. The special assessments that will no longer be levied upon land classified as ag include fire protection, garbage disposal, emergency medical services, street improvement. What was the other one? Drainage and reclamation. How does that affect us?
That's good.
It does not. Can you explain why? I mean, not to be nudgy, but just why?
He's like trying to reach across. You don't have orangutan arms.
I don't know that I have a chance to look at this, so.
Basically what I'm asking is special assessment, is that the same thing as our non-ad valorem?
No, no, it's not, because there's two non-ad valorem assessments that you do. The one having to do with roads and drainage, which is essentially the water district assessment. That is a 298 district. That particular legislation refers to chapter 170 and 190, but not 298 districts. Because you're a 298 district, you're not affected by that, which is why we can still do the assessment there. The other thing is that there is language with respect to garbage not being or solid waste not being able to be assessed on agricultural properties, but the way we assess is we assess on residential units. We do it on not a per acre basis, but we do it on a unit basis. And so the assessment is not on the agricultural lands. It is on the residential unit that is utilizing the solid waste. So that's why it doesn't apply to the two assessments that we're concerned with.
Okay, there's a couple others on there. So if y'all want to look at it, kick it around and just make sure that we're safe, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it, Laura?
That's it.
Okay, Phyllis?
Nothing.
Robert?
Yeah, ethics, accusations were all dismissed. So I got a clean bill of health. Didn't have to go to trial. The independent administrative judge saw through the nonsense. And
Were they settled or were they dismissed?
It was
I believe it
dismissed.
was settled.
It was dismissed.
Oh,
So
interesting.
yeah, it was interesting. If
I heard it was settled with instruction, but whatever.
dismissed with instructions, not settled.
Oh, so
dismissed.
with
And
instruction.
the instructions said that I volunteered to substitute for a town employee. And that was beyond my duties as mayor, so I shouldn't do that in the future. So that's what the letter said. No reference to corruption or any other stuff, so. But my take from both situations, 'cause I went through on the voting thing and that was dismissed, was attorney fees are a waste of money until you get to the trial. Represent yourself, go to trial, and then get an attorney. Because they just don't listen to the common sense evidence until you get an independent third party. And then all of a sudden, everything changes. So, but glad to get that done. The road improvements. our slope. I drove down Gruber and it seems to be sloped awful steep on the sides. And is it 2% max? Is it max 5 or is it 2? What 2? Yeah. Just double. It just seemed like it was really slow. I mean, my concern is when they go to pave, that's gonna be thinner, maybe in the middle, maybe at an angle.
They've got to still cut it.
Yeah.
We haven't done the final cut yet.
Okay, yeah, let's try to keep that closer to 2 than 5. But other than that, guys are doing, and girls are doing a great job. It's lots getting done out there.
March.
Yes, there is an awful lot of net fishing going on, and as I see they're mainly Spanish, non-English speaking. I try to use my translator on my phone to communicate with them that it's illegal in our town to net fish. And especially when you watch them bring their nets up and they pull out the large fish and put them in buckets, and they leave the little fish floundering around in the sand and the grass and so forth.
It is illegal to net fish? Where did,
I believe it is.
I don't,
something
I'm
that-
not aware of
Fish and
that.
Wildlife, they'll
Yeah.
come right away.
If it's
Well-
illegal, they'll come right away, yeah.
Well, I was wondering about the ability to post signs in English and Spanish, no net fishing in our canals.
Well, let's make sure it is illegal, first of all,
Yeah.
and then second of all, we can bring that back to discuss, yeah.
Show a sad-faced fish.
They had a discussion, Marge, and I didn't remember if it was with an officer or what, and they said they could do it, but it couldn't be like bass, it
Right.
couldn't be that kind of fish.
I
It
think
could
there's certain
be
fish.
like cichlids or invasives,
Mhm.
but not the game fish. I
All right,
guess.
well, if someone could check,
Fish and Wildlife.
yeah, they did say that PBSO is not who you call, it would be Fish and Wildlife. But I mean, if it's not posted, what kind of meat does, or what kind of fish does the wildlife have, to fight it with? Okay. I'm glad to see that we got through all of the items in one way or another in this huge book that we had. And moving things forward when you need to is a good way to get it done. B Road update. Is there any update on what's going on B Road intersection at Southern?
Oh, that is a very good question. And
Well, that B Road update.
I think.
I thought you were talking about the other end. I'm like, oh.
No.
Well, part of the conditions of approval for the hotel site is they have to add a turn lane. They have to extend the eastbound to northbound turn lane from Southern to B Road, and they have to stripe the second turn lane for southbound to eastbound. I know they did the pre-construction meeting a month or two ago. I'm not 100% sure when they're going to actually start construction. I can find out. Hopefully they'll do it during the summer when it's a little bit slower over there.
Yeah, it'd be good to try to make it conditional to be done before circuit starts again in October, November.
And also the traffic coming from across the street going to the Publix should die down soon because they're getting ready to open the Publix over there at the one they closed to remodel at Wellington Trace and Greenview.
Jeff, you have something to say?
I was just gonna say, if the condition is related to the hotel hasn't been approved yet, so it's not gonna happen anytime soon.
Hmm.
Okay, so maybe not related to the hotel, because the hotel hasn't come before anybody yet.
Well, it seems like if they could redirect some of that traffic that's all coming together across from each other, you know, they do have ways that they could make the Wawa and the other places do that diversion so that it doesn't put so much pressure on the in and out to Publix. But anyway, I'm not an engineer. Okay, you mentioned that the pumping has been going on, but I've got turtles that have fallen off of the bank on my pond, and they're laying there upside down dead because there's no water for them to flip, you know, their body back. So when will more water be pumped up? I mean, I'm pretty close to where the pumping should be happening.
Well, right now, the canals, this afternoon, the canals are 16.5 feet. I mean, they're,
Certainly isn't in my pond.
well, we don't pump into the ponds, we
I
pump into
know
the
you don't,
canals.
but I mean, when the water level in the canal rises, I mean,
That
usually-
takes time. I mean,
Yeah.
the flow of water horizontal through dirt is
Slow.
slow.
Takes a while for the aquifer.
Yeah, it takes about a while for that aquifer to, and then the problem is that, you know, the use. So, I mean, we're running that pump. Evapotranspiration does not occur at the rate that the water is being lost in that canal. So somebody's using all that water.
All right, what are we doing with the permits for people that are pumping out? Are we charging them for what they're removing? I mean, do we have monitors that?
No, we have no monitoring whatsoever. And like
And
the
many of
Pepper
them don't even have
Farm,
Permits.
and a few of these other larger users actually have South Florida Water Management District permits that are dependent on our canals.
May I add to this conversation?
Sure.
So the people that don't have permits, cut them off. Done.
Do we know who has
Yes,
permits?
they know who has permits, so then they should be able to identify.
Well, I
the
thought we
proper-
said last meeting that you were gonna send a courtesy letter to the people that didn't have
That have
permits
all the
and give them
stores.
30 days to do it.
It's en route, it's not there yet.
Is that what you're referring to, the straws?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
The polo fields are big users.
Right.
Polo field where?
That's E-road done at this point in time.
E-road doesn't suck out of the polo field.
Okay, that's all I have.
E-road, which polo farm?
Between Collecting Canal and Okeechobee.
He's not a polo field. He's not dipped into the E-road. There's no straw there.
No, he's got a well. He's got a big well. I don't know what size, 4 or 6 inch well.
But that was all done.
But that sucks from the aquifer. And you're trying to recharge it. So I don't know how deep it is.
They in the middle of their FDA, so I would imagine the town would take that into consideration.
Okay, all righty. My final comments are, it's 10:20 and we're done. Thank you all for your patience in getting through this agenda and in all the different things we had to work through tonight. Appreciate everybody working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Adjourned.
Okay, second.
Yes.
Okay, meeting adjourned. Are we offline?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, council, just so you can know.
Francine had an allergic reaction and was taken away by rescue squad, which is why he wasn't at the rest of the meeting. Okay.
Yeah, but she's okay.
But she's okay. Thank you for letting us
Just
know.
give me a second to turn everything off.